Future survivor. Testes. Future survivor. Feeling good. Future survivor. Web dev inspiration. Future survivor. NANU 1. Future survivor. We walk. Future survivor. Okay, let's go. Future survivor. Play Pacman. Future survivor. And change the world.
Help new creative ideas grow and manifest. Vote with HEB tokens.
Distributed freely by Pacman. Buy in with NANU tokens with Phyc or crypto to purchase NFT pre-minted tokens. When incubation ends, total purchases will dictate mint number. Your tokens will be calculated by overall percent of buy-in. Your NFT will be sent to your wallet address open minting. You will be free to trade, sell, or hodl. NANU NFT are minted on the Ethereum Layer 2 chain Matic Polygon blockchain.
Future survivor. Losing. Future survivor. Hey dude. Future Survivor. GTSY. Future Survivor. Weird.
A subversive global music festival. Operation Moonbeam is the latest artwork by Harry. Put simply is to host a series of music/art/dance festivals. Starting at Glastonbury in the UK and moving its way across Britain's crop circle and occult locations. So how do we do this? Participants of the festival will be online. Streams will be conducted silently in nature. Each participant's interactions will have holographic avatar representation beamed live at the location.
Future Survivor. Changing the image. Future Survivor. Will make GIF. Future Survivor. Better.
You have the option of storing your assets in the interplanetary file system. IPFS is a protocol and a peer-to-peer network for storing and sharing data on a distributed file system, which means that your media will be stored in a decentralized and unstoppable system with a unique identifier. To use IPFS, you must sign up for free storage for the IPFS account at nft.storage. This is free decentralized storage and bandwidth for NFT providers. To register, do the following. Go to nft.storage https://nft.storage, click login, enter your email, click sign up/login, click on the magic link you will receive in your inbox, then, on the nft.storage site logged in, click on API keys, click on new key, fill a name for the key, click on create, copy the new key using the button copy, go back to the plugin settings, paste the NFT storage. For more information on how to store your media files in IPFS, go to Store Media in IPFS. For more information, #about. NFT.storage is a brand new service in beta, built specifically for storing off-chain NFT data. Data is stored decentralized on IPFS and Filecoin.
#store. Just upload your data and you will receive an IPFS hash of the content, a SID, that can be used on on-chain NFT data similar to the content. Filecoin provides long-term storage for data, ensuring that even NFT.storage is attacked or taken down in NFT data sets.
Diligently.
#retrieve.
Where's our Lucy stickers?
NFT data stored by NFT.storage can be accessed from the decentralized IPFS network anywhere that has content. SIDs reference immutable content so you can be sure the intent accesses the content referencing the NFT.
Future survivor.
The data can be fetched directly in the browser's using Brave, or by a public IPFS gateway, or by using IPFS desktop or the IPFS command line.
Yes.
#getting started.
Future survivor.
#JS client library.
One problem.
Import NFT storage. File from NFT.storage. Const API equals your app becomes client equals NFT storage. Token API key. Const metadata equals await client.store. Name. Description. Not delicious beef.
Future survivor.
Image, new file, slash asterisk data asterisk slash, pin.jpg, type, image slash jpg, console.log, metadata.url, slash vaporwriter 4PFS7668PMSHHQQNSH5MMJJ4GY533CRGB23
I need to dox myself to the day live dogs to do gifts.
Hashtag raw HTTP request.
Diligently.
Configure your HTTP client and set the authorization header.
I want a Victoria's Secret Catwalk Lucy, W Angel Wings.
Authorization, wrap ID.
Future Survivor.
Submit HTTP post request api.nft.storage/upload. Passing file data in request body.
I have.
EGG.
Future Survivor.
Curl post data binary at art.jpg authorization. Wrap https://ap.nft.storage/upload.
I will do now.
Successful request will receive HTTP 200 status and application/ASLN response light.
Diligently.
Okay, true, value, SID, vape.
LOL yes.
Check the API docs for information on uploading multiple files in the other available endpoints.
Future Survivor.
Hashtag FAQ.
Get your wallet ready.
Hashtag what is the long-term vision for NFT.storage?
Future Survivor.
NFT.storage fills the gap for NFT developers today who are looking for easy APIs and best practices for storing their NFT data securely and resiliently.
FRE moment.
In the long term, NFT.storage will hopefully decentralize itself out of existence, upgrading today's implementation into improved permanent storage solution tomorrow.
Diligently.
Hashtag how long will data be stored on NFT.storage?
Coinbase.
Data will be available on IPFS indefinitely.
Future Survivor.
See the terms of service for details.
Hee.
Hashtag where can I learn more about NFT best practices?
Diligently.
Visit NFT School for information on NFT best practices as well as a variety of helpful tutorials and how guides for NFT developers.
Both accounts are gone, so is the dollar. Future Survivor. I don't know about Coinbase TBH. Future Survivor. We can see. Diligently. MetaMask. Diligently. PayPal selling Bitcoin. Diligently. It dipped 6% the other day. Diligently. I tried to back up my iCloud and for some reason my 5 TB external drive and desktop computer I couldn't. Diligently. I am maxed out on memory and phone keeps crashing. Future Survivor. Dude.
Right, so this is probably some kind of database error, trying to pull it.
Future Survivor. By New Tech. Future Survivor. It is like a brain update. Future Survivor. You won't sleep.
Unless I actually. Bad news. I'll try it.
Future survivor. Okay, Lucy.
Oh, wait, man. This isn't that, Carrot.
Diligently. It's brand new 5 TV drive. Future survivor. I have new Lucy too.
78.
Future survivor. Future survivor. I have a 5 TV. Future survivor. Is a USB 3. Future survivor. Still it's not solid state. Future survivor. Bitch. Diligently. LOL, anything I bring into the radioactive zone gets ruined before it even gets plugged in. Future survivor. Haha. Future survivor. That's a thing. Future survivor. Yogis would blow up computers after meditation. Future survivor. It's an Indian thing. Diligently. I actually thought about doing that. Future survivor. When you get stressed at a computer. Diligently. But other people use them. Future survivor. It's fuck JK's up. Future survivor. Load. Future survivor. You. Diligently. Well, that's what happens when your hardware gets possessed by demons. Future survivor. I need your key. Future survivor. MetaMask. Diligently. Let me look.
Yeah. Could be a lot of firepower or something bad. Still. Yeah, that looks like that. Bro, what kind of idiot was that, son? Go.
Diligently. Both keys are for Coinbase. Diligently. Let me try to open. Future survivor. Yeah, no rush. Future survivor. Bet he's setting up your wallet with a strat turkey. Future survivor. On a good device. Diligently. How much head should I give? Future survivor. No. Future survivor. None.
Bro, you're blowing your EMP off way too early. Out of that back shield, son.
Future survivor. And then you will need to add the matic chain data to access the blockchain.
Back shield's pretty much down.
Future survivor. I will show you. Diligently. Custom token. Future survivor. Maybe actually. Future survivor.
Down.
I didn't have to. Diligently. I need to put something in it.
Help me. Thing's got so much HP.
Future survivor. But I'm not sure if this is NFT thrown up in his wallet. Future survivor. What? Future survivor. I will send for free. Future survivor. No cost. Future survivor. No need for gas.
Oh, he dumps. Where he dumps to? That little match.
Diligently. Cool, just as long as I can go to the NANU arcade and play some Pacman.
But
Future survivor. Oh. Future survivor. You can do that with Schweider. Well, I'd like to have crypto wallet. Future Survivor. The MetaMask is only for the NFT store. Future Survivor. Get a good device. Diligently. Off. Diligently. I will shop. Future Survivor. Play Pacman. Future Survivor. Change the world.
Pretty damn good. Pop my wing. Oh, alright. Pretty much it, man. That pop was good.
Diligently. Alibaba, good place to shop.
Definitely.
Future Survivor. Updating image.
There you go. That show was like that lighted footage. What I said, bud. You heard something else. Heard this a lot of ears. Yeah, right. It's right. But he already operation will mine a little bit, mine a little bit. Okay,
Diligently. Tires and car inspection set me back a bit. And I'm taking a week off work after weekend is over. Future Survivor. Need talking clamp. Future Survivor. Yes. Future Survivor. You need a donation. Future Survivor. Old PC. Future Survivor. Good one. Diligently. Need to get myself and my home in order. Future Survivor. The information.
I'm wearing my garden boots. Wrong pad one. Cool. So where's my new game? Whatever. We're out of here, folks. That's it for tonight. Hang with me. Thank you so much. Feel free to drop a follow. Either way, we'll be back tomorrow with some more fun. Hope you guys join us.
Diligently. Get a look eyes to see what I need.
That yo. Start system. Great game. Get into it. You want to? Not. Definitely need to watch people like me and anybody else who plays. It's an amazing game. Okay. Anyway. Much love to you. I hope you guys have a good night. Bye now.
future survivor. Oh, we'll make a Pacman leaderboard now, LOL. Diligently. Gonna eat this fruit and take a short siesta before work. Future survivor. K-Dude. Future survivor. Enjoy. Diligently. He'll watch replay at work if it's not busy. Thanks, Harry. Future survivor. Cool man. Future survivor. I'm in chill ZZ zone 2. Future survivor. The moon. Future survivor. Rango ZZZ2. Diligently. Strawberry is the celestial neighborhood ho. Raymond_Duncan. I did, but I'm awake now. Future survivor. Pacman's scoreboard will be ready when you wake. Diligently. Aloha. Future survivor. I will feel like seconds. Raymond_Duncan. Age. Future survivor. It. Future survivor. Yo. Raymond_Duncan. Aloha Dill. Future survivor. We be rockin' it now. Raymond_Duncan. I'm having my brekkie. We'll be done soon. Future survivor. Do you need different music? Future survivor. What do you feel like? Raymond_Duncan. This is fine with me. Future survivor. Just say. Future survivor. Hey Harry. Future survivor. Play. Future survivor. I'm like Siri Shadow. Duncan. Future self has survived.
Disgustingly hot, I should say. Of the great holiday, the great holiday of midsummer. Everyone out there, that's like the morning after actually love. Apartment, really fun, and some good times enjoying it by the sea in the classic Finnish way. Anyways, with that said, I would like to wish you a happy and healthy start to this Saturday, because why the hell not? This past week of trading was pretty damn difficult. Probably one of the more difficult weeks of trading, I would say, that we've had. I mean, realistically, since like mid-May on that mid drop. And then before that, it's been like a year, realistically, since 2019, in my opinion. Anyways, with that said, we have a lot to discuss here, mostly on the higher term timeframes actually. We will cover the short term timeframes as well, but I do want to make a concerted effort to make this video a little bit more on the shorter side, similar to what we did last week, and then maybe tomorrow we'll do another long term analysis video. They don't have too much to update on top of that. There is there's two major things that I could get into that are of particular interest, but yeah, we can probably just cover them. Anyways, okay, what do we see as far as the CrownChain application goes over here, which can be found at app.crownchain.net, and I should also let you know that it is 100% free, with a humongous update coming out, I believe tomorrow night actually, which is going to have all kinds of new, very fun quant data, which we can all nerd over. Anyways, do we see anything of particular interest that's different here? No. Bitcoin dominance still trending up, Fear and Greed Index still trending down, open interest is still stuck at spot 8 billion, and we still see most shitcoins getting absolutely shellacked on, except for Cello and Quant. And the cred actually over here. As far as the max data tab goes, I want to see what the global funding rate's looking like today, and what do you know? We do see actually the most globally negative rate that we've seen, I think really, as far as I've seen I might even say ever, since we've been recording this data. Now, of course, there were times in 2018 and 2019 where this was not true. We did see, global negative rates below like negative 0.1%, that is. But right now, we do see consistently negative 0.06 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 exchanges actually posting negative rates, and a lot of them way the fuck out there, which does deserve a lot of respect. Kachi's making a lot of noise in the background there, don't mind her. And let's get into the actual, should we get in the charts now? No, we should go check out the put call marks over here. Remember, the Junes expired yesterday, and that's actually a pretty damn cool one because we did see that it closed around that, or it didn't necessarily close, but we did see that $36,000 level almost ticked right before that closure. So that was a good sort of bias handler, I suppose. And that's kind of why I do put a lot of weight on that, as we did get front run by about $500, but in this case, close enough, and realistically, the premium got crushed at that point anyway, so, that was, I would say, target fulfilled. Anyways, where are these getting rolled onto now? As we can see that Junes are now off the board. The Julys are not really getting played as much. You can see that the Septembers and Decembers are getting played significantly. And guess what? What do those two have in common? Just like the one that we just passed. Those are quarterlies, right? That is quarter 3 and that is quarter 4. Some pretty damn big pivots there. So I'm curious to see what we are looking at right there. Just out of, sorry, I'm on Julys right now. Yeah, just out of curiosity, Julys looks like $25,000 put strike probably does hold it. And simultaneously, $45,000 the upside, which is rather interesting. Good morning, sir. There Elsa is. She's laughing it up. We had a little slumber party last night. It's good times. Anyways, oh, fuck. Before I actually get into it, I do want to notify you that I've been releasing what are called YouTube shorts. And for whatever reason, they don't get sent to, like, your regular, I don't know, feed on this channel. I think you have to, like, be notified of them. And with that said, if you do want those, if you want to be notified of those, I actually do have to tell you that fucking thing that I despise. Make sure to like and subscribe and tickle the bell, actually, because for whatever reason it doesn't get set to the same thingies there. And funnily enough, or maybe more embarrassingly enough, those have been significantly more accurate when I cover like the more short-term style in a more kind of streamlined way. Anyways, let's get into the actual price of charts now. Let me make sure that I got all of my thingies set over here. There we go. Okay. Bitcoin. This is rather funny to me, and I will throw back on the drawing tools right here. We drew this kind of like red ellipses here in once Bitcoin hit the lows about a month ago, a little bit more, or I guess a month and a half ago now, in middle of May. And while it was more or less kind of a crystal ball type shit, it's funny to see that's actually still getting very well respected. And I want to dial this back in once again and remind you perhaps, or kind of reiterate my thoughts on this. I stick with what I've been saying here for a long time now. The best case for Bulaws is sideways within a range of about 30 and probably 40, maybe 45,000 bucks. I do think that's saying that
Raymond _ Duncan.
Month and a half.
I was asked to audition, and most likely cast, for a role in Anne of Green Gables.
I would look at
I didn't go.
Signal and Bitcoin.
I am leery of being around so many people. Raymond _ Duncan.
Later on,
I think we'll all be vaxxed.
2022. Until that happens, though, Bitcoin is, of course, in a more precarious place than it is not. It's very close to Goblin Town right here. But, as you can see, as long as we're not getting daily closures,
Future Survivor.
About 31,000 bucks.
Wow, dude.
4-hour closures below 30,300 bucks, which we'll cover soon enough. Or weekly closures below 32,000 bucks.
Future Survivor.
Gulag still.
That huge and heavy.
Now this, don't get me wrong, does not look good. Does not look like the picture of health and fitness. There are many things wrong with this. Hey, first and foremost, the easiest one and the most powerful one actually too. Trend down. It's fucking down, man. And guess what? We just confirmed another lower.
Raymond _ Duncan.
As this turned into
It's a local show gratis.
soldiers, which is
Future Survivor.
But with that in mind,
Reduction in freedom is real.
how do we kind of chart this out? I mean, here's your low, here's your high, here's your lower low, here's your lower high. Boom. We got a downtrend. Daily trends on Bitcoin have actually been incredibly powerful. Yes, we did have a fake out, I guess like a week ago, right around here. But for the most part, 90+% of the time, if you see a daily reversal, it is almost always going to get played, in my experience, especially in Bitcoin land. In traditional land, it's not necessarily the same thing. It's probably more like the weekly time frame. But as it stands right here, I would give Bulovs a chance. And guess what? Where do we have the bottom side Tron band coming in?
Raymond _ Duncan. It's all adults except for 2 teenage girls.
Raymond_Duncan. I haven't been on stage in over 6 years. The last show I did was at this same theater. Is that fate calling? Future survivor. Fate. Future survivor. I don't know. Future survivor. Maybe it is. Raymond_Duncan. I'm mostly kidding, but it's a funny coink. Future survivor. To face the vexed. Raymond_Duncan. Aha. Future survivor. Human relations have been biohacked. Raymond_Duncan. I should ask the director if we will all be 6 feet apart. LOL. Future survivor. Hee hee. Future survivor. Karen. Future survivor. Joke. Raymond_Duncan. Karen N. Future survivor. He. Raymond_Duncan. Haha. Future survivor. Thinking is slow today. Future survivor. The moon. Future survivor. Pulling. Future survivor. Wax and wane. Raymond_Duncan. Wax on, wane off. Future survivor. Them theosophists man. Raymond _ Duncan. What's up with you this Saturday, diligently? Raymond _ Duncan. I thought Dill was in here. Raymond _ Duncan. Dill. Future survivor. Got this shiz. Future survivor. Dill goes easy. Raymond _ Duncan. Okay, cool. I certainly get that. Future survivor. Better. Future survivor. Dilly is spetty for sure. Raymond _ Duncan. Sometimes when I'm lying down, I just can't chat even though technically, I'm awake. Future survivor. I'm putting a leaderboard. Future survivor. Yeah, for Pacman. Future survivor. Needs work. Future survivor. He'll work it. Raymond _ Duncan. Let me get a joystick and I'll kick all y'all's asses. Future survivor. Any news? Future survivor. Do it. Raymond_Duncan. Haven't looked at anything this morn. Raymond_Duncan. McAfee is still dead, I bet. Future survivor. Yup. Future survivor. Looks weird AF. Future survivor. LARPy AF. Raymond_Duncan. Did you see his wife speak? Future survivor. Yes. Future survivor. Oh, I want that Biden footage. Future survivor. Did you see? Future survivor. On Manny show. Raymond_Duncan. She's not having it? Future survivor. She hot. Raymond_Duncan. Yeah, on Manny's. Future survivor. I would. Raymond_Duncan. LOL. Future survivor. Wild woman. Future survivor. Isn't she a crazy bitch? Raymond_Duncan. She'd have to be. Can you even imagine hanging with him? Future survivor. No way I. Future survivor. That was sending me to ZZZZ.
The following is a conversation with Brett Weinstein, evolutionary biologist, author,
Future
co-host of the
survivor.
Dark Horse podcast.
Oh wow,
and,
this will be
as
good.
he says, reluctant radical. Even though we've never met or spoken before,
biological nature.
when you see a living organism, do you see it from an evolutionary biology perspective of like this entire thing that moves around in this world? Or do you see like from an engineering perspective that are like first principles almost down to the physics, like the little components that build up hierarchies, that you have cells, you have the first proteins and cells and organs and all that kind of stuff. So do you see low level or do you see high level?
Well, the human mind is a strange thing, and I think it's probably a bit like a time-sharing machine in which I have different modules. We don't know enough about biology for them to connect, right? So they exist in isolation, and I'm always aware that they do connect, but I basically have to step into a module in order to see the evolutionary dynamics of the creature and the lineage that it belongs to I have to step into a different module to think of that lineage over a very long time scale, a different module still to understand what the mechanisms inside would have to look like to account
Raymond
for what we
underscore
can
Duncan.
see from the
Some men's
outside.
voices make me so
And
sleepy.
I
Then
think
I wonder
that
if there's a
probably
component they're
sounds
sending
really
out to put me in a
complicated,
hino
but
state with them still.
one of the things about
Raymond
being
underscore Duncan.
involved
Talking,
in a topic like
making it go in
biology
deep.
and doing so for one, really not even just my adult life, for my whole life, is that it becomes second nature. And, when we see somebody do an amazing parkour routine,
Future
or something
survivor.
like that,
I cannot listen
we
to
think
Sam
about
Harris.
what they must be doing in order to accomplish that. But of course, what they are doing is tapping into some kind of
Future
zone,
survivor.
right? They are
Fake
in
AF
a
voice.
zone in which they are in such
Raymond
command of
underscore
their center
Duncan.
of gravity, for example,
Ah.
that they know how to hurl it around a landscape so that they always land on their feet. And I would just say,
Future
for
survivor.
anyone who hasn't found
Like
a
Snake
topic
Q.
on which they can develop
Future survivor.
that kind of facility,
Remember.
it is absolutely worthwhile. It's really something that human beings are capable of doing across a wide range of topics, many things our ancestors didn't even have access to. And that flexibility of humans, that ability to repurpose our machinery for topics that are novel, means really the world is your oyster. You can figure out what your passion is and then figure out all of the angles that one would have to pursue to really deeply understand it. And it is well worth having at least one topic like that.
You mean embracing the full adaptability of both the body and the mind? So like, because I don't know what to attribute the parkour to, like biomechanics of how our bodies can move, or is it the mind? Like how much percent-wise is it the entirety of the hierarchies of biology that we've been talking about, or is it just all the mind?
The way to think about creatures is that every creature is two things simultaneously. A creature is a machine of sorts, right? It's not a machine in the, it's I call it an aqueous machine, right? And it's run by an aqueous computer, right? So it's not identical to our technological machines.
Raymond underscore Duncan.
Every creature is
That
both
was
a
good what
machine
was
that
said
does
about the
things in world
cumulative effects of
sufficient
antibiotics.
to accumulate enough resources to continue surviving, to reproduce. It is also a potential. So each creature is potentially, for example, the most recent common ancestor of some future clade of creatures that will look very different from it. And if a creature is very, very good at being
Future
a creature,
survivor.
but not very good
The
in
Indian
terms
guy.
of the potential it has going forward,
Raymond underscore
then
Duncan.
that lineage
Yes.
will not last very long into the future because change will throw at challenges that its descendants will not be able to meet. So the thing about humans is we are a
Future
generalist
survivor.
platform,
And lead farming.
and we have the ability to swap out our software.
Future
to
survivor.
exist in many,
We will be
many
poor
different
and happy.
niches. And I was once watching an interview with this British group of parkour experts who were being, they were discussing what it is they do and how it works. And what they essentially said is, look, you're tapping into deep monkey stuff, right? And I thought, yeah, that's about right. And, anybody who is proficient at something like skiing or skateboarding, has the experience of
Raymond underscore Duncan.
flying down the hill.
Was
on
it in
skis,
Brave
for
New World
example,
they had Soma?
bouncing from the
Future
top
survivor.
of one mogul to the next.
Surfing.
And if you really
Future
pay attention,
survivor.
you will discover
Yes.
that your conscious mind is actually a spectator. It's there. It's involved in the experience, but it's not driving. Some part of you knows how to ski, and it's not the part of you that knows how to think. And I would just say that what accounts for this flexibility in humans is the ability to bootstrap a new software program and then drive it into the unconscious layer where it can be applied very rapidly. And, I will be shocked if the exact thing doesn't exist.
Raymond
in
underscore Duncan.
robotics, if
Free
if
Soma roll
programmed
up,
a
roll
robot
up,
to
roll
deal
up.
with circumstances that were novel to it, how would you do it? It would have to look something like this.
There's a certain kind of magic. You're right, with the consciousness being an observer.
Future
Play guitar,
survivor.
for example, or
Yes,
piano
please.
for me, music. When you get truly lost in it,
Future
I don't know what
survivor.
the heck is responsible.
Drug me up,
for
doc.
The flow of the music, the loudness of the music going up and down, the timing, the intricate, like even the mistakes, all those things. That doesn't seem to be the conscious mind. It is just observing, and yet it's somehow intricately involved. More like
Raymond
because you mentioned
_Duncan.
parkour, the dance
Take
and
some
stuff like
home
that
to a
too.
shut-in
We
friend
started
roll
a bit
up.
tango dancing.
Future
If
survivor.
when you truly lose
Talk
yourself
about
in
the
it,
Vax FFS.
then it's just like you're an observer. And how the hell is the body able to do that?
Future
and not
survivor.
Only that, it's the physical motion.
Over the
It's
boff
also
and shiz.
creating the emotion, the like that damn it's good to be alive feeling. So, but then that's also intricately connected to the full biology stack that we're operating in. I don't know how difficult it is to replicate
Future
that.
survivor.
We're talking offline about
I like
Boston
Lex.
Dynamics robots. They've recently they did both parkour, they did flips, they've also done some dancing. And it's something I think a lot about because what most people don't realize, because they don't look deep enough, is those robots are hard coded to do those things. The robots didn't figure it out by themselves. And yet the fundamental aspect of what it means to be human is that process
Raymond
of
_
figuring
Duncan.
out, of making mistakes.
Me too.
And then there's something about
He is high
overcoming
functioning.
those challenges and the mistakes, and like figuring out how to lose yourself in the magic of the dancing, or just movement, is what it means to be human. That learning process. So that's what I want to do with the almost as a fun side thing with the Boston Dynamics robots, is to have them learn and see what they figure out, even if they make mistakes.
Future survivor. His diet stuff is good.
Mistakes, and in so doing, discover what it means to be alive, discover beauty, because I think that's the essential aspect of mistakes. Boston Dynamics folks want Spot to be perfect.
Raymond _
They
Duncan.
don't want Spot to ever make
I haven't
mistakes
heard any of
because
that.
It wants to operate in the factories. It wants to be, very safe and so on. For me, if you
Raymond
construct the
_ Duncan.
environment, if you
I'll check
construct
it
a
out.
safe space for robots and allow them to make mistakes, something beautiful might be discovered.
Future
But
survivor.
that requires a lot of
Pure meat
brain
diet.
power. So Spot
Future
is very,
survivor.
dumb,
And
I'm gonna
fasting.
give it a brain.
Future
So
survivor.
first make it see.
3
Currently
day.
can't see, meaning computer
Raymond
vision.
_
Has to
Duncan.
understand its environment.
Yo.
Has to see all the humans.
Future
Then it
survivor.
also has to be able to
For concentration.
learn about its movement, learn how to use its body to communicate
Raymond
with
_
others,
Duncan.
all those kinds of things that
Daring.
dogs know how to do well, humans know how to do somewhat well. I think that's a beautiful challenge, but first you have to allow the
Future
robot
survivor.
to make mistakes.
He's a bot.
Well, I think your objective is laudable, but you're going to realize that the Boston Dynamics folks are right the first time Spot poops on your rug.
I hear the same thing about kids and so on.
Yes.
But I still want to have kids.
No, you should. It's a great experience. So let me step back into what you said in a couple of different places. One, I have always
Future survivor.
believed that the missing
Brett Bro is
element in,
NWOTF.
robotics and artificial intelligence is a proper development. Right? It is no accident. It is no mere coincidence that human beings are the most dominant species on planet Earth, and that we have the longest childhoods of any creature on Earth by far, right? Development is the key to the flexibility. And so the capability of a human at adulthood is the mirror image. It's the flip side of our helplessness at birth. So I'll be very interested to see what happens in your robot project if you do not end up reinventing childhood for robots, which of course is foreshadowed in 2001 quite brilliantly.
Raymond
but I also wanna
_
point
Duncan.
out, you can
He seems
you
to
can
have
see
started dyeing
this
his
issue
hair.
of your
Looks so
conscious mind
fake.
becoming a spectator
And way too
very
long.
well if you compare tennis to table tennis, right? If you watch a tennis game, you could imagine that the players are highly conscious as they play. You cannot imagine that if you've ever played ping pong decently. A volley in ping pong is so fast that your conscious mind, if your reactions had to go through your conscious mind, you wouldn't be able to play. So you can detect that your
Raymond
conscious
_
mind,
Duncan.
while very much present,
Not so bad here,
isn't there.
but geez,
And
Brett
you can
cut
also
that mop,
detect
it
where
overpowers
consciousness
him.
does usefully intrude. If you go up against an opponent in table tennis that knows a trick that you don't know how to respond to, you will suddenly detect that something about your game is not effective, and you will start thinking about what might be. How do you position yourself so that move that puts the ball just in that corner of the table or something like that doesn't catch you off guard? And
Future
this,
survivor.
I believe, is
His brother's hair. Future
highly
survivor.
conscious folks, those
Have
of us
you
who
seen
try
it?
to think through things very deliberately and carefully,
Raymond _
mistake
Duncan.
consciousness for
I
like
think
the
it's because
highest
he
kind
cut
of
out the
thinking.
sides so he looks
And
dome-headed.
I really think that this is an error. Consciousness is an intermediate level of thinking.
Raymond
What it does is it allows
Duncan.
you, it's basically like
No.
uncompiled code. And
Future
it doesn't
survivor.
run very fast. It is
Bad
capable
Fox
of being
2.
adapted to new circumstances. But once the code is roughed in, right, it gets driven into the unconscious layer and you become highly effective at whatever it is. And that from that point, your conscious mind basically remains there to detect things that aren't anticipated by the code you've already written. And so I don't exactly know how one would establish this, how one would demonstrate it, but it must be the case that the human mind contains sandboxes in which things are tested, right? Maybe you can build a piece of code and run it in parallel next to your active code so you can see how it would have done comparatively. But there's got to be
Future
some way
survivor.
of writing new code
Okay.
and then swapping it in. And frankly, I think this has a lot to do with things like sleep cycles.
Future
Very often,
survivor.
you know, when I get
I
good
need
at something,
stimulation.
I often don't get better at it while I'm doing it. I get better at it when I'm not doing it, especially
Future
if there's time
survivor.
to sleep and think on it.
These PPL
So
are
there's some
sending
sort
me
of,
to ZZZ.
you know, new program swapping in for old program phenomenon, which you know,
Future
will be a lot easier to
survivor.
see in machines. It's
Hypnotized.
gonna be hard with the
Raymond
the webware.
_ Duncan.
I like. I mean,
Eric
it is
looks
true,
like a
because somebody
mafia
that
thug.
I played tennis for many years. I do still think the highest form of excellence in tennis is when the conscious mind is a spectator. So it's the compiled code.
Future
is the
survivor. I must
highest
send
form of
money.
being human.
Raymond
And then
_ Duncan.
consciousness is just some
Big Shirley.
like specific
Future
compiler.
survivor.
You have to have
I
like
must
Orlin,
sub.
C++ compiler. You could just have different kind of compilers. Ultimately, the thing that by
Future
which we
survivor.
measure
I might join Patreon.
the power
Raymond
of life, the
_
intelligence
Duncan.
of life is the compiled
Oh
code.
no, you're
And you could
slipping.
probably
Don't
that
do it.
compilation all kinds of ways.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not saying that tennis
Future
is played
survivor.
consciously and table tennis
They got
isn't.
me.
I'm saying that because tennis is slowed down by the space on the court, you could imagine that it was your conscious mind playing. But
Future
when you
survivor.
shrink the court
It
down,
becomes
I'm
obvious.
seduced
it
by the
becomes
big
obvious
brains.
that your conscious mind is just present rather than knowing where to put the paddle. And weirdly for me, I would say this
Future
probably isn't true
survivor.
in a podcast situation.
I want to be a robot.
But if I have to give a presentation, especially if I have not overly prepared, I often find the same phenomenon when I'm giving the presentation. My conscious mind is there watching some other part of me present, which is a little jarring, I have to say.
Well, that means you've gotten good at it.
Baby,
Not like
I know
Raymond
you're
_
asking me to
Duncan.
stay. Say please,
Big
please,
brains
please,
are
don't
awesome
go away.
sometimes.
Give me,
That's
give
the
me,
sensation.
baby.
And that's the
You need
highest
every
form of
word you say.
podcasting too. I mean, that's why I have.
Baby,
That's what it looks
and
like when a podcast is really
you should
in
have
the
subscribed to my
pocket,
channel
like-
if you haven't
like
already.
Joe Rogan just having fun and just losing themselves. And
Come
that's-
on,
that's
man.
something I
Raymond
aspire to
_
as well,
Duncan.
Just losing yourself in conversation.
LOL.
Somebody that has a lot of anxiety with people, like I'm such an introvert. I'm scared. I was scared before you showed up. I'm scared right now. There's just anxiety. It's a giant mess. It's hard to lose yourself. It's hard to just get out of the way of your own mind.
Important.
Yeah, actually, trust.
It's not so much staying alive. Staying human is important.
Certain. But when you do get into that zone when you're speaking, I realize it's different for you with English as a second language, although maybe
The Biden crime family stealing this election. The media is covering up. We want our freedom for the world. Use our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's covering up this election. He's stealing it.
Because I have a much louder voice that's constantly yelling in my head at why the hell did you say
I'm looking forward to the
That's a
time
very self-critical voice.
when everyone can agree that Joe Biden is an asshole.
You need internet lessons, sucker. In the future, technology evolves faster than any human mind can think. When the singularity occurred, we became like gods, able to create entire greetings. We are from the future. We are Lark Force. Everything is going to be okay.
We want our freedom for the world! Give us our freedom, Joe Biden!
Raymond_Duncan.
Everything fades.
And the
into
voices
mist.
said,
The past is erased, the erasure forgotten. The lie becomes truth, and then becomes a lie again.
Raymond_Duncan. V2K. Future survivor. Hee hee.
What is it? I dreamt about my mother.
He died yesterday. He allegedly hanged himself from the bunk of his prison cell, and all of the news outlets are calling it a suicide. For the most part, that's the official story, but it's a little bit fishy. It's almost as fishy as the supposed Epstein suicide, which even a lot of regular people still don't believe. I know it's kind of become a meme at this point, but Epstein's death was so obviously not a suicide. Now, with John McAfee, the reason that we're pretty much given for his suicide is that he was going to be extradited to the United States. So he was being held in a prison in Spain since October 2020, when he was arrested while trying to board a plane to Turkey. So McAfee, he has been fleeing the law for several years at this point.
And they're going to say in Spanish jails, we don't do CCT.
Of them all, the IRS. That's right, kids. You can't mess with the tax man. So he made a whole lot of money. First from the McAfee antivirus, of course. Everybody knows about that. But then later on with various crypto ventures. And he was also being charged with securities fraud after he pumped and dumped Doge, and then it was another crypto called Redcoin, spelled with 2 Ds, back in late 2017 and then throughout 2018. So McAfee was really in some deep shit, because it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how famous or rich or powerful you are, how many lawyers you can hire. When the government brings a tax fraud case against you, you're going to lose. Remember, that's how they finally brought down Al Capone. And tax fraud is the kind of thing that attracts the attention of all the feds. It's not like you're just going to get some stuffy accountant from the IRS calling you all the time that you owe him money.
Jail, not that bad.
Taxes are the blood of the government.
Things as corrupt as he
Without
says,
it, the CIA can't glow, the DEA can't meddle in South America, and the ATF can't raid your house whenever you're hoarding menthol cigarettes or short barrel rifles and then go shoot your dog. And that goes for the agencies that are in governments that we're allied with as well, because of course we have all these contracts and agreements with them, and that tax money goes far and wide beyond U.S. borders.
I guess
so
he loves the
this is why McAfee was trying to go to Turkey in the first place. The Turkish government, they don't cooperate with Uncle Sam, at least not to the degree that the Spanish government does. So if he went to the U.S., his fate was sealed. Since McAfee was 75 years old, it's pretty much safe to say that he would never be free again.
Future survivor.
Tax evasion.
Did you see the video of the extension rebellion leader?
Al Capone, he served
Future survivor.
11 years for it, if I remember correctly, back in his day. And securities fraud, you can get up to 20 years for. So he was definitely going to be going away for the rest of his life. And this was pretty much the evidence that's given for why he killed himself.
Raymond
and
underscore
of course,
Duncan.
People also bring
No
up the
WTF
rampant
is
drug
that?
use that McAfee did. So he basically had his own lab with a staff of chemists that were making drugs for him back, I think, when he was living
Future
in
survivor.
Central America. So
OMG.
some people are also using that
Future survivor.
as evidence that he
Wait
was
for this.
suicided, since obviously excessive drug use can mess up your mind. And there was definitely changes in McAfee's personality and his demeanor.
Of real change is a children's market. Hi, my name's Roger. I'm making this video in January 2021. I've been working on it for about a year now. In fact, I wrote a piece when I was in prison in 2019 called Advice to Young People as You Face Annihilation. And I finally got round to doing this video. It's primarily aimed at young people. Usually when I make a video, I'm talking to my friend Jamie, but I've decided to look at you in the camera. Be with part of what I'm saying, then leave it.
Raymond underscore Duncan.
About the real
Oh yeah, I saw some of the sky you showed, but I wasn't listening closely.
And what we need to understand, of course, is that poisonous gas has been put into that gas chamber, into the atmosphere for 200 years now, but at a massive rate for the last 30 years, during which people have well known exactly what the consequences will be. And those consequences are now largely locked in. So what we're talking about here is a murder project, a method of murder which involves putting a gas that's going to destroy the lives and livelihoods of your generation. And it's important to understand, and I'm going to go into this in more detail, it's important to understand that what the climate means is not icebergs and polar bears. It's what it actually comes out at as, which counts. So what it comes out at, how your generation is going to experience it, is through war, which means the slaughter and death of people, through starvation, not having enough to eat and dying because you don't have enough to eat, and rape. That's the reality. And the word that sums it up, which is why I've used this word, is annihilation. Annihilation is a project to murder on a massive scale. And I talked to a London lawyer, and I think this is a good way of summing it up. And he said, there's no greater crime. So what we're seeing here is a project to have billions of people die. It's a project that is knowingly undertaken, so that constitutes mass murder. And it's a crime. It will be and needs to be punished. So once we look at it like that, it all changes, right? It's not something accidental. It's not something about the environment. So that's my proposition, and I'm going to, in the next few minutes, give you the numbers that show that this is actually the case. So the important thing to understand about climate science, as it were, is that you can cherry pick, and that word is thrown around. So I'm going to give a definition of it for you. So cherry picking is to choose a stat which isn't the whole picture. You know, you can say, well, it was warm in New York, so climate change isn't happening, or something else is happening. So what you want to do is to actually get the bottom line number. So you don't want to know how hot it was that year. This is 1.3 of dealing with the problem isn't going to work. And the bottom line here, as I've said, earlier in the talk is carbon emissions.
Raymond_Duncan. I have just decided what I would do if I was invisible.
So
Follow a powerful person into a meeting where they talk about doing this.
There's been two approaches over the last 30 years. And these two approaches are being sold, as you might say, to young people today. And what I want to communicate is they're not going to work, and you don't want to pursue them. So by the liberal left, which is the first approach, I'm really talking about the NGOs, the Green Party,
Future Survivor.
the campaign.
This is a fake UN protest movement.
Local environmental campaigns and such like.
Raymond_Duncan.
And all those groups and all those approaches have a few catastrophic things in common. So the first thing is they're never clear about what's going on. You're not going to hear the chief executive of Greenpeace talk about rape in your kitchen. They're not even going to talk about rape. They sort of glaze over when you tell them about this. And another thing, the radical left results in the collapse of effective action. And what I sort of want to say about this is, although the radical left claims to be radical, it's largely made up, or the main people who influence it are largely made up from the same social and political class as people from the liberal left. In other words, privileged people, power, as you might say, of logic in elite circles, upholding the law by breaking the law, thrown down the street by the hoses. It involves bringing the intrinsic violence of the opposition out into the open. In other 7 days, maybe it's news. If you're on hunger strike for 14, 21 days, you're going to be in the national headlines. That's how you do it. So you need to have the courage,
Raymond_Duncan.
and fearlessness
Sorry.
to go, okay, we're doing this. Who said 3 days? We're gonna
Future
do it in 9
Survivor.
days, right?
Hunger strike.
Dum 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 dum.
Raymond_Duncan.
As you're probably thinking when
Oops.
I'm saying this, it's lots
Future
of people
Survivor.
won't want it to happen.
LOL.
So some people
Raymond_Duncan.
well,
Eat more
2
pussy.
days, that's okay. 6 days, that's too frightening. What you've got to do is say
Future
to those
Survivor.
people, if you don't
Yes.
want to do it, that's fine. In other words, all radical effective action is based upon the following principle, which is the alliance of the willing. In other words, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But you can't veto us doing it.
Future Survivor.
Because if you have that,
That's a movement I can get behind.
Then that leads to lowest common denominator action.
Raymond_Duncan.
Actions which are useless.
The meal you can't
So
consume.
there's two
It
possibilities.
lasts and
You
lasts.
either stay in the organisation or the network or whatever, and they allow you to do
Future
your life
Survivor.
willing action.
Serve up
Or,
hippies.
very politely, you leave the organisation or network and set up a new one, which is one of the things that's happened with Last Generation that I'm starting to help sort out at the moment. No, right? All revolutionary movements in history generally have a dual strategy, which is
Future Survivor.
civil resistance,
Last Generation.
street politics, and people standing in elections and getting into assemblies and then taking over the state.
Future Survivor.
Because the thing to
Eyeball
emphasize
activated.
is that in the emergency, as I think I've said earlier, in an emergency, the state takes over from the economy. This is an essential political thing to understand. The climate emergency is not going to be sorted out by forcing Shell to move to new renewable energy. It's not going to be created by closing down coal mines. It's going to be created by taking control of the state and then the state legislating. And that legislation will close all the coal mines, right? It will shut down all the oil companies. You see what I mean? So you're going for the core of the power of the system, and then through that control you can enact the rapid political change that we need. Okay, so needless to say, just to finish off from this, the people on the radical left and the people on the liberal left will hate what you're doing. And the reason
Raymond_Duncan.
the people that
Ugfembus.
really influence things are usually in tight, highly organised, high-trust teams that have worked together for a year or two. So that's what you want to be creating.
Future survivor.
Getting together with a bunch of
LOL.
people, and you stress test things by going into actions, doing projects, and you learn about each other and, you know, with strengths and weaknesses and your different personalities. And the great thing about a well-functioning team is that everyone's got different strengths, right? We all know that, you know, I'm good at some things, I'm really bad at other things.
Future survivor.
So people come
Jailhead.
forward and do different stuff. But that
Future
team
survivor.
needs to work together.
He's a mad
for long
AMD.
time, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and then interesting things start happening. And that's how history has changed. You may know the quote, you know, only a small group of people change the world, and that's the only way the world is changed, or words to that effect. Okay, so the biggest structural problem about social movements and networks and radical politics and all the rest of it over the last 30 years has been what I call the disaster of horizontalism. Now, horizontalism is a particular theory of organisation, and its general proposal is that you don't need leaders. Leadership is a bad thing, and you want to involve lots of people in the decisions, right? Now, obviously, those 2 points have got a lot going for it, but the problem is that becomes moralized. In other words,
Future survivor.
It's
Are
like
weak leotards
everybody
trying to
per se
control nature?
bad all the time, becomes ideological. You've got to involve everybody, and then you've got to involve everybody who you didn't think of involving, right? It becomes extreme, rigid, moralistic. Now, one of the things that's in support of the horizontalist idea is that it's extremely effective at building mobilizations, because no one has to check with each
Future
other.
survivor.
There's no hierarchy.
Okay, that was the warm-up. Get this.
And you know, it's got a lot of advantages. The problem, though, moralistic. Now,
already said it.
Death.
Raymond
It saw its own
underscore
doom,
Duncan.
and it
Follows
trembled
Hell
with fear,
series.
and it wept. But then it realized that it wasn't fully awake yet. There was a further step it had to take to become awakened, to become enlightened. And that was to realize, hang on a minute, we're not spectators of this. This story isn't over yet. It's wrong to tell it as if it's over. We can rebel against this doom, against this path to extinction.
Future survivor.
If we
Mind
see
control
clearly what we've
101.
the state we're in, the path ahead, the doom that seems inevitable, well, that seeing is the beginning of the one and only way in which it might yet not
Future
be
survivor. BRB.
Because we're not spectators. We are
Raymond
agents.
underscore Duncan.
We
Okay.
are potential agents of change, and we have no idea what we are capable of until we try. We can rebel against the very predictable results of our present path. If we dare to look the reality of what
survivor.
we've done to life on Earth,
More New Age
and what
Nazis.
we've done to our very climate in the face, then two things. Firstly, we can prepare for our possible doom. And if we're potentially going to fail to prevent that doom, as looks objectively probable, then we'd better get on with preparing to meet it. And secondly, we can prepare ourselves to seek to give our all to prevent it. This talk is about those two kinds of preparations. About adaptation to a possible coming fate. And about the heroic attempt to prevent that fate. This talk is about how it looks like we're doomed. But also about how it only looks like that only if we only look. If we picture ourselves as spectators. But if instead we step into our full power as agents of change, capable of extraordinary, beautiful, unprecedented, unknowable things, then objective assessment of probabilities suddenly all becomes moot. And instead it's about our freedom to create something new, something historic, something glorious, right in the teeth of the darkness of this time. But first, why think that a sober assessment of probabilities would lead us to conclude that we are doomed? Won't international action save us from climate catastrophe? No. Sorry. The answer is no. Let me spend a little while talking with you about why the Paris Climate Change Agreement will not save us. So the Paris Climate Change Agreement, a few years ago now, was an absolutely historic, unprecedented, extraordinary diplomatic achievement. Every country in the world
Raymond
had to agree for this climate agreement to be made.
Now I get it.
And they did. And what they agreed to was really about the most that you could expect the countries of the world all together to agree to. They agreed to work together to make changes to reduce our carbon emissions so that we don't destroy ourselves. Very good so far. But there are some problems. Some very, very big problems, which I'm now going to briefly outline. So let's start with the fact that this was a few years ago. What have we had since then? Since then we've had growing scientific evidence of how desperate our plight is, including, for example, the huge amount of heat that's trapped in the oceans, much huger than we realise, which is committing us to further dangerous climate change for a long time to come. We've seen our weather start to really spiral out of control just in those last few years since Paris, and that's part of what's waking a lot of people up to what's happening. And perhaps worst of all, we've seen, absolutely incredibly at this moment in history, we've seen the election of Donald Trump in the USA and of Bolsonaro in Brazil, about the two worst leaders you could possibly imagine in about the two most important countries in the entire world for dealing with this awesome crisis. So things have got a lot worse since the Paris Agreement was signed, tragically.
Raymond _Duncan.
But it's worse than
Heat
that,
trapped in the ocean.
even on its
WTF
own
does that mean?
terms, the Paris Agreement is profoundly inadequate to the situation that we're in. Firstly, the Paris Agreement basically aims to keep our global climate to within 2 degrees of overheat compared to pre-industrial levels. But most scientists think that isn't actually a safe level. That's why more recently they've been talking about 1.5 degrees, which is pretty much of an impossible target. So even what Paris is aiming for is not enough. The way that Paris intends us to get there is through voluntary contributions to that target by countries around the world. Voluntary contributions. Bit of
Raymond _Duncan.
And those contributions, you add them
Let's
all up,
untrap all that heat
and they add up
and
to
overheat the
less
air. No,
than
wait.
is necessary
Wait.
to keep us
Erase.
within 2
Erase.
degrees. They probably take us to somewhere around 3 degrees of global overheat. It doesn't end there. Unfortunately, these are simply targets, these are aspirations made, as I say, voluntarily by the governments of the world. But you have to ask yourself this question: if those aspirations run up against other plans that those governments have, which is going to win? So one way of posing the question is to think of it like this. On the one hand, you've got the climate change minister saying, well, look, we signed up to these targets in Paris. And on the other hand, you've got the business minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer saying, yeah, and this is what we need for economic growth and infrastructure development and so on. Now, when you have the climate change minister on the one hand arguing against
Raymond
the
_Duncan.
and the business minister on the other
Men
hand,
thinking that can do nature
well, I leave it
better.
to you to figure out who's going to win that one.
Raymond _Duncan.
Most countries in the world,
Asterisk there.
just about all countries in the world, have plans for industrial growth, for economic growth, for infrastructure growth, which directly contradict their voluntary agreement under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Extremely worrying. But that's not the end of it. The IPCC process itself, the UN process itself, needs to be critiqued. You may not be aware that the summary documents which the IPCC comes up with are not produced by scientists.
Raymond
_Duncan. They're edited by
That Phil is for.
civil servants. This is not an objective process. Moreover, even the IPCC bit, the scientists bit themselves, the scientists have to agree among themselves, and this is a kind of process of a sort of lowest common denominator. Mostly what you have in the IPCC reports is a sort of bare minimum of what we can expect in terms of how bad things are going to be. leading edge predictions of how bad things could be really get in there. And it's those that we should be worried about now. Why is that? Well, another reason why the IPCC process itself is problematic is because it doesn't take proper account of feedbacks. In the recent 1.5 degree report, for example, there was virtually nothing about the fact that the Arctic ice cap, as you probably know, is melting. And this is meaning that there is less whiteness reflecting the sun's rays out back into space again, and you suddenly get a vicious feedback there. As more of the sun's rays come in and hit dark sea, more of them get absorbed, and that increases the temperature further, and then more ice melts, and you see where that's going. That's not even the scariest feedback. The scariest feedback, which is completely ignored almost in the IPCC process, is the potential methane feedback. As we melt the permafrost especially, and some of that, and as we melt ice also under the seabed, we are starting to release significant amounts of methane. Methane is a greenhouse gas that is somewhere between, depends how you calculate, as powerful as carbon dioxide. And some scientists are worried that once this methane effect starts really going, it will be uncontrollable and we'll have runaway climate change. You put all these points together, and what it suggests is that on the Paris trajectory, we're headed for something like 4 degrees, 5 degrees of global overheat, probably this century. That is incompatible with civilization as we know it. That is incompatible with an industrial growth-based society. And I haven't even mentioned possibly the worst thing of all, the really dirty secret about
Raymond_Duncan,
which is to reach its
methane,
targets
we
later
all
this
feign for
century.
methane.
It presupposes that we will use the technologies of so-called climate engineering or geoengineering, the idea that we can engineer the climate of the whole planet. An extremely, how should we put it, bold ambition that our failures to date perhaps shouldn't
Raymond_Duncan,
think is very likely to
Thane of Caldor,
succeeded in. There are 2 problems with the technologies proposed for this bold ambition. The first is that they don't exist. And that's more or less a literal statement of fact. The only ones that do exist haven't been trialed at scale, and there's very little reason to believe that they would work at scale. Secondly, if they were used at scale, if they were trialed, well, it would be an extremely, extremely reckless thing to do. We're talking about things like putting mirrors in space. We're talking about things like attempting to suck vast amounts of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
Bill Gates and Bill Gates enough pop here this dude. Raymond_Duncan,
with artificial
emerge.
clouds that could radically alter our weather. These technologies, these techno-fixes are incredibly dangerous and reckless. So the first problem with these technologies, which are presupposed by the Paris Agreement, is that they don't exist. And the second problem is that if they did exist, we almost certainly shouldn't use them. So what conclusion should one draw from this? Well, I already said it. If we stick to what's intended under the Paris Agreement, then during this century, and possibly during the next generation, this civilization will be finished. Industrial growth society will be over. We're talking about collapse.
You have the potential for a series of events which will make the Second World War look relatively minor, which will have lots of costs. The way to shoot it, though, Raymond_Duncan is not. That's another word for matrix. About 1 word to me, and it's probably one younger than about 30 or 40 in this room. Has a few
Raymond_Duncan. Internet mind?
Industrial growth society is finished. It is doomed. Look at this incredible picture. This is California late last year. Comment is kind of superfluous, really. That is where we're headed. That and a lot worse. If we manage to go along with what is intended under the Paris Agreement, right?
You see what I'm saying? Raymond_Duncan's ambitions, everything will be beautiful and emerge for us.
Mean that the societies that they run are finished. They are not going to be sustained. They are doomed. But
Does the fact that they are doomed have to mean that we are doomed? That's the question that we now must turn to. It seems to me that in this situation, there are three possibilities. There are three realistic possibilities for the form that the end of industrial growth society will take. It's going to happen. Which of these three scenarios will play out? The first scenario I've already gestured at. But our societies will collapse completely at this incredibly thin layer, which is our atmosphere, will continue to heat up, and that will not be compatible with life as we know it. In particular, the first thing it's likely to give, although there are many possibilities, is our food systems. We would have got a little into that last summer. Imagine if the heat wave that we've had last summer had gone on, as it quite easily could have done, on into September. You're already getting major crop losses. One little example, onion crop in East Anglia down 25 to 30%. How many summers like that can the vast numbers that we have sustain? This is the first possibility, and I put it first because objectively it now looks like it's the most likely. But here's the second possibility, and this may not sound great, but actually I think it's quite exciting in some ways and quite realistic. Maybe we will manage to seed a successor society to what we have as this society collapses. And that is now something that we have to give serious attention to thinking about. It's not enough anymore to pretend that if we just keep trying to mitigate climate change in the way we have been doing, that we are going to succeed in saving ourselves and saving some version of the society. We have to consider the possibility of some kind of massive collapse event. And we have to think about how we can try to help whatever comes after that, if anything comes after that. If we manage to have anything come after that, if we don't get some kind of runaway dangerous climate change produced by the methane feedback, for example. We have to think about what that could be like and how we could posture it. So what is this a picture of? This is a picture of the seed bank at Svalbard, which some of you will be aware of, which tries to keep seeds, large numbers of diverse seeds, intact for possible future generations to use after some kind of event. Now, apparently what happened recently, as some of you will have heard, is that the Svalbard seed bank started to melt. Because Svalbard, many of you will know that Svalbard, for example, once the Pullman's marvelous northern lights, ice, but the Arctic has been exposed to these absolutely insane temperatures over the last year, 20 or 30 degrees above seasonal normals. So the seed bank started to melt and emergency work was needed to keep it intact. We have to think about how to keep this kind of thing intact, how to do it even more creatively, various ways. This is just an example of how we can try to help whoever may come after us if the society collapses to rebuild something different and better. That's the second possibility, and I'm saying we need to think about it more than we have done so far. The third possibility, this society will somehow manage to transform itself. We will somehow manage to transform ourselves radically and rapidly in an unprecedented manner in time to avert collapse. So, industrial growth society as we know it is finished. But that doesn't have to mean that there has to be a collapse event in which there are multiple holocausts. It could be averted if we do something completely unprecedented. And that's what I call transformation. So, we should aim for this possibility, number 3, but we should also, as an insurance policy, take action that conduces to possibility number 2 being available and to try to avoid at all costs possibility number 1. So, those 3 possibilities, which are we going to plump for? What is to be done? Given this situation, what is to be done? I'm going to suggest 7 things that we need to do in this unprecedented historic challenge that we now face. Firstly, there we go. Wake up, freak out.
Shit, dude.
Hopefully you're already doing a bit of that. The very fact that you're here, and then the fact you've heard what I've said so far. And of course, it's not enough just for you as an individual to wake up. Try to get all your friends and family and workmates, teachers, whoever it might be, to wake up and to freak out.
Raymond _ Duncan.
The more of us who do it together, the more of an impact there's going to be. This is not something which is easy to do, by the way. It's not a kind of one-off event. It's very easy to think, well, yeah, I've woken up to this. I've acknowledged that this is the reality, and then to keep on sliding back into the assumption that we just sort of go on with our lives
Raymond
most of the time in the same way that we do. If you're really going to do this, it's going to require a lot of thought, a lot of concentration, and then starting to think about which of your practices you want to change. You know, what things do you want to give up? What things do you want to, for example, maybe do now rather than later? There might not be a later in the way you've imagined. Secondly, so I've already gestured at this, work to transform the society, including
Raymond
through what my
Duncan.
think tank Greenhouse
Is she sure?
UN calls transformative adaptation.
About 60 ppl live in this area.
Why am I talking about transformative adaptation? What does that mean? Well, as I've already said, it is no longer enough for us to think when we think about dangerous climate change, only about climate mitigation. That is no longer credible. We are now committed to dangerous climate change, which is going to get worse for a long time to come. Whatever we do, even if we do the absolute best we can. Because as I gestured at a little while ago, there are time lags in the system. There is this vast amount of heat in the ocean. Methane lasts 20, 25 years in the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide lasts hundreds of years in the atmosphere. If we were to stop all emissions tomorrow, the climate situation would go on getting worse for a considerable time to come. Right? It is not credible anymore to think, yes, we just have to solve this problem. We just have to stop producing so many emissions. No, we are going to have to adapt. And we're going to have to adapt in this way, which we call transformative, because the kind of shallow adaptation, the kind of mainstream adaptation, which is involved in doing things like just building higher dikes or seawalls, for example, to deal with flood risks, that isn't good enough. Why isn't that good enough? Firstly, it's not good enough because it's actually productive itself of greenhouse gas emissions, right? We have to think of ways of adapting which are simultaneously ways of mitigating if we're not going to make the situation worse.
I lived with two of these freaks for 2 years.
We can't adapt in ways that are themselves fossil fuel heavy. And secondly, we have to be fleet-footed in our adaptation. We have to try to create a society which is going to be ready to change, continual change in our climate and difficult situations for a long time to come. We are in the early stages of a very long emergency. And to get through that emergency, we're going to have to adapt to the difficult changes that are coming. We're going to have to do so transformatively, in a way that ultimately transforms our society into the kind of flourishing, very different society that we need. But that actually isn't enough. We also have to accept that this effort to transform
beneficial
society
crisis
may
actors.
well fail. Because as I started out by sketching, the situation is very grim, and we are facing massive forces of ignorance, massive forces of vested interests which are going to find it very difficult to adapt. We have to face the reality that we've left this all too late. We may well fail to transform it to mitigate.
I can see that.
Therefore, we also need deep adaptation. What is deep adaptation? Adaptation that is deep is adaptation that accepts, at least hypothetically, that collapse is possible, or highly probable, or some people they think it's inevitable. The deep adaptation says, what if we do experience a collapse event? What then? So this is like the kind of thinking that I talked about a few minutes ago when I talked about we have to think about how to seed a successor civilization. The deep adaptation says things like, okay, if society does start to collapse, what kind of things will we need to do to stop that collapse from becoming self-fulfilling, from becoming worse and worse? So here's one very prominent example. Some people think that the nuclear power way down might be the hell out of we keep the problem of greenhouse gas emissions and high fossil fuel use and growth in global temperatures. But when you look at the issue that we're facing from the perspective of thinking, we have to start to face up the possibility that there may well be some kind of collapse event, nuclear power starts to look completely different, right? Because nuclear power produces waste that remains toxic for, well, hundreds of thousands of years, and highly toxic for hundreds of years. And it needs to be carefully guarded during that period. It could just mean guarded against terrorists, although that's obviously one thing it needs to be guarded against. I mean, you've got literally rods of spent fuel. And the pools have to be kept there constantly. If the pool goes dry, then within about 12 to 24 hours, the spent fuel rods will catch fire. And if they catch fire and the fire is not put out, the fires will burn for decades or hundreds of years, spewing toxic waste into the atmosphere. So picture some kind of Raymond_.com, where suddenly power stations are abandoned. They cease to have power going to them. They cease to be maintained. In very, very short order, you get not only meltdowns of cores at nuclear power stations.
We're heading down this road, and before long, it's going to be uncontrollable. It's going to be too late.
Writing letters, going on short demonstrations, nothing ever gets done. So we're now upping it by sitting down, stopping traffic. And I think the awareness is getting raised, but we need to do more and more.
It starts with love. This whole movement is about loving the planet genuinely, and that is what pushes us to act.
Just us being here, we are doing things, we are shouting, we are getting our voices heard, we're telling people the truth, and it just doesn't get better than that, guys.
Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide, gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide, gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide, gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide, gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, ready or not, ready or not, ready or not, ready or not. Here I come, here I come, here I come, here I come, here I come. Ready or not, ready or not, ready or not, ready or not, ready or not. Here I come, here I come, here I come, here I
Your voice can ignite a light to end an empire. Your thoughts are a blaze no man can touch, and like moths to them we turn. Your bones, they are steel, and your eyes, they do burn. But can see that smile that eclipses an indifferent sun and could spark this city into something almighty. If only we could see. Not kindling, waiting for a flame, you and me. We are all made of fire.
It's done, raised, but we need
genuinely
getting our voices heard, we're telling people the truth, and it just doesn't get better than that, guys.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, ready or not.
He may carry a gun, push a plow, or run a machine. To win him over, to keep him from acting hostile to us, or to sustain his friendship by means other than force. That's the job of our psychological warfare. Psychological warfare aims at vital targets, thoughts, emotions, opinions, attitudes. It attempts to influence behavior by the planned use of propaganda. Many people think of propaganda as lies and distortions used by demagogues to arouse and incite. The Nazi propaganda minister Dr. Goebbels did his best to help this idea along. Actually, the word propaganda has no derogatory meaning. It comes from the Latin propagare, which means simply to spread about. It was first used by the Jesuits in 1622, when they began a college of propaganda which trained missionaries to serve in distant lands. Today, as the battle for men's minds is intensified, the spreading about of our democratic faith is becoming increasingly important. Our national foreign information programs are used to support the accomplishment of our national aims and policies. And in time of war, psychological warfare is used to support the accomplishment of a military mission. This film will emphasize the military aspects of psychological warfare. The use of psychological methods to influence enemy behavior in combat is not a new concept. An Athenian commander, Themistocles, in an attempt to discourage approaching enemy troops, urged them, if they could not lay down their arms, to behave ill on purpose. Our Continental Army used this type of leaflet at Bunker Hill to arouse discontent among the poorly paid enemy troops. In the Napoleonic Wars, from ships standing off the French coast, the British launched kites bearing anti-morale leaflets.
Raymond_Duncan. I like smelling metal all day.
The employment of military aircraft in World War I made possible the wide dissemination of propaganda leaflets. By World War II, new advances
Future Survivor. Ministry of Truth LOL.
Made it an integrated part of our military organization. Experience has taught us that military action alone can win, but the costs in men and materials run high. Psychological warfare, effectively used in support of combat action, can reduce casualties and costs. Intelligence used as a basis for military psychological
Raymond_Duncan. And you can hitch me up to your post with it.
Monitoring and analysis of enemy broadcasts and propaganda. Captured enemy documents. And area studies. Reports are made available through G2 to the Psychological Warfare Officer. Intelligence is studied for psychological warfare use.
Raymond _ Duncan. Lead me around and stuff.
There are three broad areas: tactical, strategic, and consolidation, in which psychological warfare supports the military mission.
Kinky bitches.
Tactical support is aimed at the civilians and enemy soldiers in the combat area. Objective: to remove as many as possible as hazards to our troops by reducing their combat efficiency and will to fight.
Raymond _ Duncan. See, clamp me to your labial piercings.
One of the tactical military psychological warfare weapons is the loudspeaker. It has great mobility and can pinpoint its target. Through the loudspeaker, appeals and information based on combat intelligence can be swiftly and dramatically directed at the enemy.
Raymond _ Duncan. Too much.
The 14th Regiment People's Army, we bring you news of home. Another tactical psychological warfare weapon is the leaflet. It may be used in a tactical situation.
Damn, you got Sencort.
May be distributed by a propaganda shell.
LOL.
The leaflet confronts the enemy soldier with a tangible propaganda message which he can keep and refer to.
Raymond _ Duncan. I said nothing. Nothing.
Being sworn in again as our Deputy Prime Minister. He told the meeting of government MPs that
Raymond _ Duncan. BRB. KK.
to protect our way of life. Now, that's not just because, as Joyce said, American power is declining and we could be on our own. There's something else that everyone is talking about. As I explained last night, we have to our north a very dangerous and aggressive Chinese dictatorship, fast building up its military, tightening the screws, warning its armed forces to prepare for war with Taiwan, an island democracy whose foreign minister says, yes, China is indeed preparing to invade it.
And recently they have increased their gray zone activities against Taiwan, and all these seem to be preparing for their final military assault against Taiwan.
But here we are in Australia with our pants down. Our new submarines from France delayed over budget, our new Joint Strike Fighters also in trouble. But as that report I told you about last night, the RAND Corporation one on our mobilisation plans commissioned by our Australian Defence Force, that report makes clear that our troubles go much deeper. If there is war, if we do need to switch to total defence, we are, to be frank, stuck. Our plans to mobilise people and supplies to the war effort, they're way out of date. Our military doesn't
Raymond _ Duncan. Back had to feed the kiki.
What does this man think? What will he do next? The answers to these questions are important to you, the American.
I'm on one now. I'm awake.
Your home and country may depend on it. For this man is your enemy or is a member of a neutral or friendly foreign group.
But now with Barnaby Joyce back in cabinet, that's at least
he may carry a gun.
Who knows how urgently we need
push a plow.
And there are others.
Or run a machine. To win him over, to keep him from acting hostile to us, or to sustain his friendship by means other than force. That's the job of our psychological warfare. Psychological warfare aims at vital targets, thoughts, emotion, opinion, attitude. It attempts to influence behavior by the planned use of propaganda. Many people think of propaganda as lies and distortions used by demagogues to arouse and incite. The Nazi propaganda minister, Dr. Goebbels, did his best to help this idea along. Actually, the word propaganda has no derogatory meaning. It comes from the Latin propagare, which means simply to spread about.
Raymond_Duncan. That is a blue suit.
It was first used by the Jesuits in 1622, when they began a college of propaganda which trained missionaries to serve in distant lands. Today, as the battle for men's minds is intensified, the spreading about of our democratic faith is becoming increasingly important. Our national foreign information programs are used to support the accomplishment of our national aims and policies.
Future survivor. LOL.
In time of war, psychological warfare is used to support the accomplishment of a military mission. This film will emphasize the military aspects of psychological warfare.
Raymond_Duncan. I got ultraviolet flashes from it. Raymond_Duncan. LOL.
An Athenian commander, Themistocles, in an attempt to discourage approaching enemy troops, urged them, if they could not lay down their arms, to behave ill on purpose. Our Continental Army used this type of leaflet at Bunker Hill to arouse discontent among the poorly paid enemy troops.
Future survivor. In the house.
In the Napoleonic Wars, from ships standing off the French coast, the British launched kites bearing anti-morale leaflets.
There is millions of people starving today.
The employment of military aircraft in World War I made possible the wide dissemination of propaganda leaflets.
Solidarity requires us to see each other as the same, equal. It means sharing power, it means sharing resources, and it means sharing privilege. There is no future without all of us working together. I'm asking today for G7 leaders to use their power for not just their own countries, but for planet Earth. Because we are all interconnected and the time is now. Please remember that what happens here has a global effect, and there is millions of displaced people.
Environmental collapse today.
In the global south, there is
millions of people starving today.
Raymond_Duncan.
For
planetary unity.
What solidarity means. Solidarity requires us to see each other as the same, equal.
And it means sharing privilege. There is no future without all of us working together.
Raymond_Duncan. Make her melodic.
Let there be no doubt about it. We are not all in the same boat. There is no equality in this existential planetary crisis.
There is no justice in the climate ecological crisis.
Climate crisis is injustice. Climate crisis is inequality. Climate crisis is white supremacy. Climate crisis is patriarchy. Climate crisis is racism. Climate crisis is sexism.
Climate crisis is adultism. Climate crisis is ableism.
Climate crisis is racial injustice. Climate crisis is social injustice. Climate chaos divides us between the haves and have-nots.
Between the rich and poor, between the black and white, between the disabled and able-bodied, between the privileged and underprivileged.
There is no unity in the climate and ecological crisis. There are those who run to higher grounds.
Raymond _ Duncan.
Left behind.
In overword, let the womans do it.
Unless you see this, unless you see me, unless your fight is bound with mine, unless my survival is your survival, unless my children are your children, unless my air
is your air, unless my land is your land, unless my life is your life,
unless my future and your future is their future, unless their future is all that matters, all is lost.
The climate crisis!
Future survivor. No, not the babies.
Is a crisis for women. I grew up in
Future survivor.
brick, concrete, busy
Future survivor. Original.
40 years old
Raymond _ Duncan. Yeah, my children, except for all those children of mine you aborted. And
I don't think the public knows or understands. That means extinction. It means the end of everything. Start listening and start turning.
future survivor. Women be crazy. Raymond _ Duncan. Without my consent or the baby's consent.
Misery, the truth about fossil fuels extinction rebellion UK.
Raymond _ Duncan. Now just hold on there. I did not mean it that way. Raymond _ Duncan. Fascist, cis white oppressor. Future survivor. Dedicated from Tay Record. Future survivor. FFS. Future survivor. Cool visuals. Future survivor. It's working. Future survivor. I'm seduced. Future survivor. Sealed myself again. Raymond underscore Duncan. LOL. Raymond underscore Duncan. Sign off. Future Survivor. I'm going to move to Byron to set up Extinction Lightning. Future Survivor. Sex cult. Raymond underscore Duncan. Let the lightning begin. Future Survivor. I'm doing it just for the money. Future Survivor. And Tang. Raymond underscore Duncan. Somebody has to, why not you? Future Survivor. I found Ensign Handbook. Future Survivor. He'll use that. Raymond underscore Duncan. No you didn't. Future Survivor. The patent remember. Raymond underscore Duncan. Reminder of me. Future Survivor. The NWO should pay me. Future Survivor. I make them cool. Raymond underscore Duncan. I will love jumping into your grinder now thanks to the hemp. Future Survivor. Get some stars $. Future Survivor. LOL. Future Survivor. Orgain Sola. Future Survivor. Final Soldion Edition. Raymond underscore Duncan. Meet me tomorrow at MCD's. Future Survivor. I love MCS. Raymond underscore Duncan. Secrets in the sauce. Future Survivor. Dilly Special. Raymond underscore Duncan. I can consume one in seconds. Future survivor. Act. Future survivor. Let's go. Raymond _ Duncan. But I have mostly switched to BK because of the fries. Future survivor. I like watching waves. Future survivor. This is like a huge tidal wave. Raymond _ Duncan. That was goo. Let's go. Future survivor. In slow ammo. Future survivor. We could make a choir. Future survivor. Choir. Future survivor. We be like craft work. Raymond _ Duncan. Love it. Future survivor. Where? Future survivor. Wow. Future survivor. Schwab. Future survivor. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssssss
Survivor. Future Survivor. Love. Future Survivor. We Future Survivor. P. Raymond _ Duncan. Vowels get the jazz, not consonants. Future Survivor. Work IT what? Future Survivor. Hang on. Raymond _ Duncan. Future Survivor. Text off.
Future survivor. You good though? Future survivor. Future survivor. Be terror. Raymond _ Duncan. LOL. Future survivor. Future survivor. Fail. Raymond _ Duncan. Oh nice. Future survivor. Future survivor. MVPOs doing without E comma. Fuha 44 FYS. Raymond _ Duncan. Future survivor. David Link style. Future survivor. Gut. And heck you white Juju to you too. Raymond _ Duncan. Chip me on the ES. Raymond _ Duncan. Leo dat lock load Louis 7 flyway Yakupune. Future survivor. Yes we can nail this. Future survivor. It might take 70,000 hours. Future survivor. We got this. Raymond _ Duncan. Oh, that just Welsh. Future survivor. SHHSSSHSHSH. Raymond _ Duncan. LOL. Future survivor. BBNNNNNSSS. Future survivor. Billy Galets. Raymond _ Duncan. David inclined with brevity. Future survivor. Billy Gates. Future survivor. Suck my schwab. Raymond_Duncan. Calling you out in Chocolatey Bill. Future Survivor. You window. Future Survivor. Are real. Future Survivor. You have the dankiest text. Future Survivor. Spitting text. Future Survivor. Okay, I'm feeling like I'm ready for more doom. Future Survivor. You ready? Raymond_Duncan. He wore blood velvet. Whoa whoa whoa. Future Survivor. I don't know. Future Survivor. What? Future Survivor. Future Survivor. I see what you're doing there. Raymond_Duncan. Hands off, dance off. Future Survivor. Gay AF. Raymond_Duncan. When you're a jet. Future Survivor. Homo Programmus. Future Survivor. Love this chick. Raymond_Duncan. He just stripped off that guy's jacket. Future Survivor. Baby, this she is good. Raymond_Duncan. She's sassy.
Airing information citywide.
The HEB.
Precinct has been
All that
compromised.
better. Raymond_Duncan. Oh yeah, let's get the turret gunner dizzy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Great Reset 2.0. In my last video last year in September of 2020, I did a deep dive to uncover the hidden truths behind the Great Reset initiative. In the months of study that I did on the Great Reset initiative, I uncovered some uncomfortable truths about the partnerships and sponsors. What I discovered was that most of these partners were in fact some of the largest financial institutions on the planet, all apparently coming together to help with a green energy movement. In that video, I explained how large financial institutions are actually for-profit organizations and really would have little interest in a green energy revolution. My original video and thesis was unfortunately heavily attacked by the mainstream media companies, with them even featuring it on primetime television, showing people how to report the video and some of my other videos as fake news and conspiracy theory. So I'm sure it will come as no surprise to many of you that the original video was banned, even though it has more than 800,000 views, which were racked up in a very quick period of time. So in order to avoid a repeat of last time and having this video banned, I have only sourced the reference material today from YouTube itself. So if this video is not permitted, then it says a lot about all of the reference material that I have gathered. So let's begin then with some promotional clips from the World Economic Forum themselves.
Throughout this great nation, never have we been more...
Raymond_Duncan.
What's that? It was the...
You won't overload us with too many ideas at once.
It's so hard to tell these clips apart these days. Here's the correct one for you.
Raymond_Duncan. I like that.
And the time to
Future
act
survivor.
is now.
I love being put released by normalists.
The pandemic has radically
Raymond
changed the world as we
_Duncan.
know it. And the
We need
actions
a
we take
reset.
today as we work to recover will define our generation.
Here.
With everything falling apart, we can reshape
Future
the world
survivor.
in ways we couldn't before.
I'm all in.
Ways that better address so many of the challenges we face. And that's why so many are calling for a great reset.
So I've got to pause the video
Mission_Cat.
here. Who is
This
calling
is
for
the
a great
best.
reset? I don't know
Future
any
survivor.
of these many people.
Sick of
And
this
believe
shit.
me, I know a lot of
Raymond
people. So
_Duncan.
if you are one of these people calling
Press
for a
reset,
great
Earth.
reset, please drop me a
Future
comment
survivor.
below, because I
LOL.
just don't know anyone calling for a
Future
great
survivor.
reset.
Hey,
A great reset? That sounds more like buzzword bingo masking some nefarious plan for world domination. Hands up, this kind of slogan hasn't gone down well. But all we really want to say is that...
Okay, I've got to pause again here. Are you seeing the subliminal messages even within this video? It says obey. Let me just play it again and look at it.
But all we really want to say is that we all
Future
have an
survivor.
opportunity to build a better world.
LOL.
And it's not
Future
surprising that
survivor.
people who've been disenfranchised by a broken system and pushed even
Raymond
further by the
_Duncan.
pandemic will suspect global
Obey.
leaders of conspiracy.
Conspiracy,
Raymond
conspiracy.
_Duncan. I will
Now,
obey.
I think most of you know me by now. I'm a very logical, follow the
Raymond
information,
_Duncan.
follow the data, follow the
I live
facts
to obey.
kind of guy. So I personally think if there's smoke, there's usually fire. So
Raymond
of course
_Duncan.
everything is being labeled
To
a
obey is to be
conspiracy
free.
right now. But when you
Future
have
survivor.
many of the most powerful
They make
world
a reference
leaders
to make a
all
point and he freaks
repeating
the
the
shit
same
out.
phrase from the World Economic Forum, it sort of gives a little bit of validity to the argument.
It's a big effort to, some would say, to build back better. We would say to really
Raymond
have a
_Duncan.
great reset.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
back better. On building back better. Build back better than before. Build back
Future survivor.
Build
Build back better.
better.
And build back better than before.
And building back
Raymond
better.
_Duncan.
To build
Smokey
back
Joe's
better.
pants be smoking.
Build back better.
To build back better.
Build back from this global pandemic.
Build back better.
Building back better.
To build back
better.
Build it back better.
Build it back better.
Build back better.
Build back in a positive way.
Build back better.
Building this country back better.
Together we can fix this. Let's build back better.
Build back better or whatever.
Betty builds back better.
See, even Greta isn't sure about it. Or could all of this conspiracy theory talk be actually stemming from one major event that took place in October of 2019, just 2 months before the pandemic actually broke out, and most of the population still aren't even aware of Event 201.
A new coronavirus spread silently within herds. Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care, many died. Experts agree unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
Public health agencies have issued travel advisories, while some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas. As a result, the travel sector is taking a huge hit. Travel bookings are down 45% and many flights have been cancelled. A ripple effect is racing through the service sector. Governments that rely on travel and tourism as a large part of their economies are being hit particularly hard.
We are not out of money. Yes, but the fact is we are trending in a dangerous direction and something needs to change.
Future survivor. Beach
So the
Boys
policy
did nothing
question
ring.
for this board now is how should financial resources be prioritized? Are there
Future
nodes that we're
survivor.
not allowed to fail? What is their
FFFS.
sense of priorities? We don't have money to pay for all of these urgent problems.
Countries are reacting in different ways as to how best to manage the overwhelming amounts of dis and misinformation circulating over the internet. In some cases, limited internet shutdowns are being implemented to quell panic. Limited internet shutdowns.
We're at a moment where the social media platforms have to step forward and recognize the moment to assert that they're a technology platform and not a broadcaster.
Future survivor.
Is over.
I need a bigger
They in
keyboard
fact
with
have
lights.
to be a participant in
RET
broadcasting accurate information and partnering with the scientific and health communities to counterweight, if not flood the zone of accurate information, because to put the genie back in the bottle of the misinformation and disinformation is nigh impossible.
The outcome of the CAPS pandemic in Event 201 was catastrophic. The outbreak was small at first and initially seemed controllable, but then it started spreading in densely crowded and impoverished neighborhoods of megacities. From that point on, the spread of the disease was explosive. Within 6 months, cases were occurring in nearly every country.
Okay, I'm back.
The global economy was in a free fall. The GDP down 11%. Stock markets around the world plummeted between 20 and 40%,
So
and
many
headed into a
frickin'
downward
windows.
cycle of fear and low expectation. Economists say the economic turmoil caused by such a pandemic will last for years, perhaps a decade. The societal impacts, the loss of faith in government, the distrust of news, and the breakdown of social cohesion could last even longer.
Well, that was weird to watch. And just to quell any conspiracy theorists that might pop up over that event, the World Economic Forum actually put out a video statement to explain how this coincidence occurred.
And the reason we called it Event 201 is we knew eventually one of these days, one of those events would be the big one.
Okay, because that makes perfect sense. Naming it Event 201 because they knew one of those days could be the big one. Even though it's been over 100 years since the last global pandemic of 1918. Look, I'm not here to point any fingers, I'm just providing the information. You can make your own decisions on such matters.
Participants are confronted by a hypothetical scenario that presents to them the challenges of a response. So we will say, here's a hypothetical disease outbreak. Hypothetical disease outbreak. We knew before COVID that the world was underprepared for biological risk.
So because obviously this gained so much attention, not media attention, but public attention, going up, they were forced to put out a statement to explain the coincidence here. And I'm going to read that statement to you here. It says, in October 2019, the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security hosted a pandemic tabletop exercise called Event 201 with partners the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Recently, the Center for Health Security has received questions about whether that pandemic exercise predicted the current outbreak. To be clear, the Center for Health Security and partners did not make a prediction during the exercise. For the scenario, we modeled a fictional coronavirus pandemic, but we explicitly stated that it was not a prediction. Good guys. Okay, well, I'm glad that clears that up. And of course, now we have the whole lab theory rearing its head again, and here's the latest media coverage of that.
In a statement, the president saying the intelligence community has coalesced around two likely scenarios. First, that the virus arose from human contact with an infected animal. And second, that it resulted from a laboratory accident.
The accident theory regained traction this week after a U.S. intelligence report found that 3 lab staffers in Wuhan were hospitalized with COVID-like symptoms in November of 2019, though it's not clear they had COVID.
Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that works with the world's most deadly pathogens to include, yes, coronavirus.
Some conspiracy theories developed claiming the virus was released or manufactured in Wuhan on purpose, which experts fully rule out.
Everything about the stepwise evolution over time strongly indicates that it evolved in nature and then jumped species.
Military sent home with it from the world millet. And no one can show where this virus came from.
NBC News gained exclusive access to the lab in 2020.
Has anyone at the lab, either personnel or connected to the lab,
October 2019,
tested positive for this virus?
Earlier this week, a joint World Health Organization and Chinese report called it extremely unlikely the virus escaped from a lab.
So it seems that we're still no clearer to finding out the origin of the outbreak. But we should probably move off of this topic and onto more pressing concerns, such as some of the things that I predicted more than 15 months ago now to occur, such as world hunger and starvation. And if you could, please, I would really appreciate if you click the like button, subscribe to this channel, and share this video far and wide. Thank you.
No way.
This is one of the busiest highways leading to Delhi. Tens of thousands of farmers from the northern states of India have marched to the capital city to protest farmer reforms. This is all happening because Prime Minister Modi's government has passed new farming laws that will change how the agricultural industry has worked for decades. And in a country of 1.4 billion people, where agricultural workers make up half of the labor force, the repercussions of those laws could be devastating.
This is now one of the biggest protest movements in the world.
It was only 2 weeks ago, I think it was, that I said to everyone there's going to be panic buy-in, food shortages. But a lot of people were like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, and all this sort of business.
LOL.
Honestly, let me just go back. There's nothing. There's nothing in the entire store. There's not even fruit and vegetables. Look. What on earth? Okay, this is bakery, so breads and things.
HEB. I want to see his vax report.
Just in case anyone thinks I'm joking or whatever, I'm honestly not. There's literally nothing. I feel bad for any old people
from underneath the table.
Get out because people are just panic buying. It's just stripped.
HEB with a candle. Raymond _ Duncan.
This biggest
you freaked everyone out and made a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And it's empty.
HEB.
There's like nothing here.
Blair Witch.
I've never seen anything like it.
Welcome to the 74th Annual Hunger Games!
So last year I laid out my thesis as to why food prices would rise as much as double in some developing nations within the next 18 months. We're now 15 to 16 months into that prediction, and already food prices are spiraling out of control. I explained how the rich would get richer and the poor would get poorer, leading to malnutrition, hunger, and famine throughout most of the developing world.
Their professional quality.
Things are becoming very expensive. The food is going higher because the other countries that people do food for themselves.
This one now, before the coronavirus, that's
Raymond _ Duncan.
250.
Pieces.
400.
Almost every day, people are knocking on my door, begging for food, begging for support.
Africa is currently facing the worst food crisis since 1945. According to the UN, more than 20 million people in sub-Saharan Africa are facing starvation.
My children didn't eat for 3 days and then died because either mother couldn't feed them. I know it was the famine that killed them.
The United Nations has raised alarm over the unprecedented food crisis in southern Africa. 45 million people face severe shortages, according to the World Food Programme. Zimbabwe is the worst hit, with 7.7 million people, that's half the population, suffering severe food shortages. And 1/5 of the population in Zambia, a regional breadbasket, is struggling to feed itself.
Raymond _ Duncan.
Some cooking oil,
At first,
a little bit of
I
salt,
thought that was
and
Ray
about
Charles
3
at the
cups of
Ivories,
rice is
LOL.
all Emma Kajiri has left in her kitchen. She says she'll have to make it last as long as possible to feed her family of 8. More than 8 million Zimbabweans will not have enough food by December if there's no
Raymond
urgent
_
intervention.
Duncan.
That's roughly
First time I saw
60%
it.
of the population.
150 million people in 55 countries are in crisis. That's an increase of around 20 million people from 2019. People in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are also facing a catastrophe and need urgent action to prevent widespread death and total collapse of livelihoods. Thousands of people are also dying of hunger in Yemen, South Sudan, and northern Nigeria.
The food crisis is getting worse. We pray to God to bring these to an end.
In sub-Saharan Africa, where most of the world's food insecure live, the situation is only getting worse, punishing countries that did little to cause the problem.
There was food, it was rotting in the farms.
Charity is the safe place of the world's oppressors.
To suppress local food production continues today through structural adjustment programs imposed on African countries by the IMF and World Bank, as well as opening up access to African markets for American and European food producers. They forced African governments to eliminate subsidies for their own farmers.
Once proud farmers and herders have now been reduced to depending on foreign aid.
The World Food Programme says there has been no response to an appeal it made for humanitarian help for people facing hunger in Madagascar. More than 1 million people in southern Madagascar will need food aid this year.
Yeah, man.
C'est un programme qui est mis en place par Rockefeller et Melinda et Bill Gates. Quand ils vont partout, c'est avec leurs ressources financières qu'ils prennent.
And Kenya has rejected a COVID loan due to the exploitative terms. Public consciousness of IMF exploitation is also growing.
The UN's appealed for $76 million to address the crisis. Has that money come through?
No, this flash appeal, as it is called, has been launched together by the United Nations and the international community and the government of Madagascar. But so far, we didn't see any result at all.
At this point in the video, I would really like to just raise awareness here and to ask if any of you are fortunate enough to have any spare funds at this present time, please do whatever you can to help these people in these nations. I understand that not everyone is in a fortunate position right now, and you may be suffering yourself. But if you can help, there are two main ways that you can do so. Number one is to send any food or money that you can to these reputable organizations that are in the countries on the ground trying to help alleviate this food crisis. And number two is to help and offer your support to these international organizations now, directly within predominantly the African nations, trying to break away from these international financial institutions and private banking corporations, which really are holding the African people hostage.
I think you have a biscuit.
All right. We're going to find out what we do about this.
Raymond_Duncan. Name me one reputable organization. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up, please remember that united we stand and divided we fall. Please like this video, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more of this content, and make sure to share this video far and wide with your network for anyone that needs to see it. Thank you all for watching today, and God bless.
HEB. For sure. Raymond_Duncan. WEF. HEB. ICRA. HEB. Getting another. HEB. Just like its brother. Raymond_Duncan. NAC. Raymond_Duncan. CFR. Raymond_Duncan. HRC said they, happy face, run the US. HEB.
Hi guys, welcome to this very short video response. I'm making this video this evening because so many people are commenting. I mean, we're talking dozens every single day asking what has happened to my video on the Great Reset. And a lot of people are saying, Neil, you don't know what you're talking about. You should research the Great Reset. When I'm one of the first people to have made the video and brought all of this to light on the Great Reset 2021.
Raymond_Duncan.
So just going to explain what's happening with that video and why so many people are saying it was banned. So just to give you some background on this now then. So firstly, I found out about the Great Reset 2021, masterminded by Professor Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum way back, and I started to research into this. So it took me months to watch through all of the videos, or go through all of the website, read all of the documents, the publications, the books, everything. After doing hundreds and hundreds of hours of research, months of work and preparation, I put together a video which I premiered on my channel on the 12th of September 2020. The video was instantly a huge success, and it was getting shared more rapidly than any other video I'd ever produced or seen produced. I even put on the video right at the start a very short disclaimer that just said some people might be upset by some of the footage because there was a helicopter firing a rocket, there was an explosion, things like that. There was nothing sensitive in the video at all. It was just there as an intro for dramatic effect. People then started to inform me that my video had been featured on a number of news outlets, and one in particular, which was the BBC, had featured it as fake news, and they showed a clip on how to report the video and things like that, which I found completely ironic because this was a well-documented research piece. There was no fake news on that coverage whatsoever. It was all factual. So imagine my surprise at exactly 12:30 p.m. on Sunday, the 18th of October 2020, when I get this email from YouTube. Let me just read this email out to you right now.
Future Survivor.
And the title is, Neil McCoy Ward, your content violated YouTube's community guidelines and has been removed.
Raymond _Duncan.
Which I found very
I thought he had a great fetish with orange lamps. Future Survivor. This guy. Raymond _Duncan. Not that he doesn't though. Future Survivor. Slow AF. Future Survivor. My drive is full AF.
That's closed. And there's police everywhere, like on the streets.
Raymond _Duncan. Roxanne, you don't have to put on the orange lamp. Those days are over.
Okay, today's video then is here in London, boots on the ground in the field, so I can show you the truth of what's actually going on here in the UK, in London. Mainstream media saying we're in this V-shaped recovery, everything's great, all the businesses are coming back. I'm going to show you today the truth that you're not seeing on the TV.
Future Survivor. Our evil plan is working. Mishka _cat. What's it look like today, Harry? Raymond _Duncan. Wahaha. Future Survivor. Soon we will own everything. Raymond _Duncan. Mishka. Future Survivor.
Approaching London Euston, where this train completes this journey. Connecting final stop, London Euston.
Future Survivor. All good, feeling productive. Future Survivor. Free NANU tweaks. Future Survivor. NANU. survivor. This guy.
Alright, so you've seen it now, you've seen the footage. This is Oxford Street just behind us. People for some reason thought I was faking the footage the other week on my video, and I put fake footage in there of Oxford Street. We're in central London now, and you can see it's absolutely dead. So here we go, I'll show you some more footage now. So here is the world famous Carnaby Street, and it is lunchtime and it's dead.
Carnaby Street is dead, guys. There is just people walking in from point A to point B to get to work or whatnot. But as for shopping,
_cat.
Nobody.
She's Phyc. Future survivor. So is he. Mishka_cat. AI. Future survivor. Trans. Accordion radio.
Pretty much, as you know, all the
Hi guys,
shows are closed.
I am new on Day Live and looking for some friends here.
Through to Wicked and everything else. So here we are in Leicester
Future
Square.
survivor.
Again,
Cool
world
dude.
famous, the Leicester Square logo, and it is dead. And this is
Future survivor.
probably peak time right
Welcome. Mishka_cat. Welcome.
Again, this is Leicester Square, prime real estate here, prime retail. Cineworld, it's gone. Oh, right here, and it's gone. And I don't just mean it's, you know, temporarily closed, it's gone. There's the Hampshire. These are all the retail. Look, this is prime retail real estate here, and it's gone. Gone. This one's gone as well. Alright, here I am in Trafalgar Square. Okay, again, you can see this is me, no fakery. And let me show you
Future
Trafalgar
survivor.
Square now then.
When are
There's
we owning
President,
our
not sure what she's
HQ?
up to. Dead. Really quiet, there's no one here. Here is the famous Lions.
I don't know, I guess it's more like, you know, when we used to live in London, and if you would go out on a Sunday morning and it's really, really quiet, the people are just going to work type thing. That's kind of what it is. There's not really any tourism, people aren't out shopping, they don't have bags of stuff they just purchased. It's just super quiet, all of London. It feels like an early Sunday morning is the best thing that I can kind of compare it to.
Mishka_cat. She's so American. Midwestern girl. Raymond_Duncan. Yeah.
So this has surprised me. So we're here in St. James's Park.
Future
It's my
survivor.
favourite park in London.
Fuck you.
I used to live quite close to here, and I worked over at Horse Guards. But this was my favourite cafe. I used to exercise around this park every day. I come here at least 2 or 3 times a week for a coffee. And this is closed. It says until further notice. But according to a couple of people here, they are not going to be reopening. So that is a real shame. If you haven't clicked the like button yet, please do so now whilst watching this very entertaining video for Pelican.
Future survivor.
Oh, okay.
No.
Chill out. So this is the Royal Opera Arcade here. And again, this is not looking good, with a lot of units just gone in this place. Just to prove it to you as well, look through here. These units have gone. They're not just temporarily closed. You don't remove all of your stuff. Here we go. Out of a unit, right? If you're just going to close temporarily, a lot of units here, and they have gone. Here we go again, gone. We have moved, have you really? Gone. How about this one? Goodbye, gone.
Raymond _ Duncan.
Okay, this one's
Laura Keats in London. Mishka _ Cat. Where's the 10%?
Gone. Gone. This is gone. This is gone. It's gone as well.
Closed. This is closed. That's closed. That's closed. And there's police everywhere, like on the streets.
I don't understand why there's so many ambulances and police everywhere. There's no one out. What's going on? Sports bar's gone. This one used to be huge. And just in case anyone says, no, it hasn't gone, Neil. Are you sure? Do you really think they're still here? A lot of them are doing this clever thing as well, where they're putting a front on the business so it doesn't look like it's empty. You can see this here, it's very clever, but this is the longest in the Covent Garden. There's another one with a front on it. Look at this poor guy. He's performing to like 5 people. Okay, it's 5 p.m. now, so it's now rush hour in London. Masses of people. Okay, so central Covent Garden now. We're just coming after 5 p.m. So you'd expect this to start getting busy now with everyone finishing work, coming for a drink and entertainment. As you can see, it's empty. This is it from the other angle. Okay, I can't believe this. This, when I was younger, used to be my favorite hangout. Again, another big business gone. This is empty. It's about as busy as I've found a restaurant so far.
Mishka _ Cat. We're pretty much back to business as usual where I am. Every retail business has a sign out now hiring, not enough people wanting work.
Okay
Future
guys, don't
Survivor.
worry, the Garrick Club
Cool.
is still open and well. Look at that beautiful portrait.
Future Survivor.
Worth of art in there.
Good.
This one's properly gone out. Okay, we're in
Future
Chinatown
Survivor.
now, and you can see more
Did
of
you
these
see RP Hancock?
units empty. They're putting these fronts on them.
Future Survivor.
Again, more of this here in
MP.
Chinatown. Just covered up the shop fronts. Well, Chinatown is surprisingly quite busy.
Miko 777.
Although at this time of night, usually
World
this
ID
is
changing.
absolutely rammed. You can't get in
Future
anywhere.
Survivor. We still are. Mishka _ Cat. Do it. Miko 777. Is.
Just to let you know.
right, well, that was a long, long day in London.
Future survivor.
Back home again.
Sure is, dude.
And in tomorrow's video, you're going to get another video, so that's 2 this week. I'm going to be wrapping all of this up, going over my analysis. What does this even...
Survivor. Good old Merkic hashtag. Mishka_cat. Oh yeah, saw this. Miko777. Lick lick. Future survivor. You seen him talking? Survivor. He ran covered. Future survivor. Broke rules. Future survivor. Cheated on wife. Raymond_Duncan. I think people are missing the point. Future survivor. Good boy. Future survivor. Will go far. Mishka_cat.
Matt Hancock has had a rough couple of weeks. From the emergence
Just another
of
corrupt politician cheating on wife.
him as
Raymond_Duncan.
to the Queen calling him a poor man.
Miko777.
This. So in this video, we're
COVID
going to
was
explain
hoax.
Hancock's affair scandal and what it means for him and the government. Now, it's worth starting by setting the scene, because this isn't just a story of a major government minister having an
Future
affair.
survivor.
If it were, we'd be pretty
There's a wider
uninterested.
war.
But it's far bigger than that. So let's remember the context of what the government,
Future survivor.
including Hancock, was saying
I'm on Team
around
DOM.
the time that the affair took place.
That next week we will be introducing a new £800 fine, which will double for each repeat offence. The science is clear. Such irresponsible behaviour poses a significant threat to public health. We will not stand by while a small number of individuals
do what I say, do not
others
what I
at
do.
risk.
This doesn't
Future
mean we
survivor.
can suddenly throw caution to the winds. We all know that close contact, such as hugging, is a direct way of transmitting this disease. So I urge you to think about the vulnerability. If you're meeting indoors, remember to open
survivor.
a window and let in
Sex
the fresh air.
DOM style.
Whatever you decide, I must ask you to continue to follow social distancing when not with friends and family. We only have to look at the very sad situation in other countries to see the lethal potential still of this virus, and we must continue to fight the spread
Future
of variants
survivor.
here in the
Run by Archards.
So in May, Hancock was caught having an affair with one of his advisors.
This man is dangerous.
In fact, an advisor that he'd personally appointed and was being paid with taxpayer
Future
money.
survivor.
And as such, he was in clear violation of the social
Mishka_cat.
distancing rules. At the time,
So,
the official government
hypocrisy is
advice
the
was
story.
to avoid direct contact and face-to-face
Future
contact
survivor.
with people you do
Look at
not live
smug.
with, and stay at least 2 meters away from anyone who visits your home for work reasons. Clearly then, he broke the rules, with him subsequently admitting, "I accept that I broke the social distancing guidance in these circumstances. I have let people down and I am very sorry." This is what's really interesting. While we obviously feel for his family, the actual affair isn't really any of our business. What
Raymond_Duncan.
is that the health secretary was
Now just
breaking the
follow
rules
10
he
feet
was
behind
setting.
me and act
Rules
normal.
so strict that funeral
Future
capacities
survivor.
were limited and
We
people
going
weren't
to
allowed
kidnap
to touch
him.
loved ones even in times of need. This scandal might remind you of the Barnard Castle incident, where much of the
Future
public
survivor.
and the media turned on
Use
advisor
him for a
Dominic
blood
Cummings
ritual.
for travelling during the
Future
lockdown
survivor.
restriction. Hancock's incident was
LOL.
arguably much worse.
Future
His
survivor.
infraction wasn't
Joke.
travelling, but, well, doing that, after telling the public that we have to be cautious and restrained. The question then is what happens next.
Future survivor.
Johnson, in private at
Satire,
least,
you know,
clearly
though.
had fairly low opinions of Hancock. So can he really be expected to stay after these revelations? Well, some are hoping that he will get the cut. Annalisa Dodds, chair of the Labour Party, said that if Matt Hancock had been secretly having an affair with an advisor in his office, who he personally appointed to a taxpayer-funded role, it's a blatant abuse of power and a clear conflict of interest. The charge sheet against Matt Hancock includes wasting taxpayers' money, leaving care homes exposed, and now being accused of breaking his own rules.
Duncan.
His position is hopelessly untenable.
This is an entertainment
Boris
channel.
Johnson should sack him. Some Conservative MPs agree, with one talking to Telegraph, insisting that Hancock should leave, saying that Boris cannot afford to expend any more political capital on Matt Hancock. We already know that he thinks he's hopeless, before going on to say that the Conservatives can't afford a rerun of Cummings. I'm bracing myself for the avalanche of emails I'm going to get from constituents asking why is the man still there. Pressure might be even higher, as last year Hancock was left speechless by Professor Ferguson, who travelled to see his partner, saying at the time that the professor took the right decision to resign. I think social distancing rules are very important, and people should follow them. So, even by his own standards, it looks like Hancock ought to go. Although, since we started recording this video, the Prime Minister's official spokesperson has said that Johnson accepted the Health Secretary's apology and considers the matter closed. Will Johnson fire Hancock over this scandal, or will it just slide? Let us know what you think in the comments below.
Duncan.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to be notified every time we release a new video. Special thanks to our Patreon backers who make videos like this one possible. And if you want to see your name at the end of videos, then you too can back us on Patreon. The link to that is in the description.
The HEB. It's Akinebunic cosmology, not to be shared taught the public via LARPs LOL. Mishka_cat. Everything is not as it seems. The HEB.
It's time
what's
for
this?
a thought experiment. Let's imagine the Cold War went another way. After the Nazis surrendered,
The HEB.
the Soviet
Mandela
Union
is
flexed
flat
its
E.
muscles and asserted its imperial might, from Tokyo to Tacoma. Memorials to the fatherland popped up around the globe. This would be the Washington Monument. This could have been your morning commute.
The HEB.
And now
Cicada
let's
took
fast
and
forward.
used. The
These were the
HEB.
first semiconductor.
Cool.
This is your keyboard. This was the first IBM computer. This is Facebook headquarters. This is Silicon Valley. Well, that didn't happen. But in modern Russia, it's easy to get confused.
Mishka_cat.
Spycraft,
Girls,
technology here
girls,
developed a world
girls,
apart from Silicon Valley.
and ducks, and goats,
And that didn't
and
change
fruit.
when the Soviet Union
The
collapsed.
HEB. OMG. The HEB. Did you
25
see?
years later, Russia has copied large parts of the web the rest of us know and love. They built a Russian internet. And with new laws cooked up by the Kremlin and rubber stamped in Moscow, more and more, it's a sovereign internet. Like anything sovereign, it needs walls to protect it. And virtual walls are going up today. To find out exactly how the Russian web works, there was only one thing to do. I had to upload myself. Now that I'm inside,
The
I'll meet a
HEB.
tech oligarch.
Maybe Cicada.
Travel to Siberia to dive into a surprising and very remote startup
The HEB. Has all the hallmarks,
and
but I
chase
don't
the
know.
ever-elusive Russian
The HEB.
Using the machine
Don't
learning,
care.
you could create a technology which helped to predict a crime.
Let's enter this parallel universe together on this episode of Hello World.
Mishka_cat. Yes. Did some digging. Did you see this one? I stumbled on in searching one of the tiles. Mishka_cat. https://www.youtube.com/watch?b=1buqjzb-bbk. The HEB. But it's true re its origins. Miko777. I don't know if Earth is ball, I'm just a simple man. Mishka_cat. It's weird AF. The HEB. AHH I found another. The HEB. Algorithm is serving them up now. Mishka_cat. Check this out. WTF. The HEB. Thank you, dear Google. The HEB. Okay. The HEB. This is normal. The HEB. Have you seen hose Drangon dildos? Mishka_cat. Yeah. Just your average channel. Read the show notes. The HEB. Enough said. The HEB. Octopus tentacle daylightos. Miko777. Dildo under the bed. Mishka_cat. Input. The HEB. And alien PPs. The HEB. Hot. Mishka_cat. Luciferian. The HEB. Did you see when went on Twitch yesterday? Mishka_cat. No. The HEB. Close legs please. Raymond_Duncan. And the whole time, I thought I was shaking its hand. When it went off, I knew the truth. Mishka_cat. That's the best part. The HEB. She said that. HEB. Right. Mishka_cat. LOL, who is this coming up next? The HEB. This is good shiz. HEB. This is how they see us. Mishka_cat. A cheap knockoff Sophia Musa. Rising star. The HEB. Lol about right. The HEB. Wait incoming. Mishka_cat. Show notes. Raymond_Duncan. In real life, he wouldn't have been put off so easily.
Is a great resource if there's something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own personal licensed therapist. You
Raymond_Duncan.
Within 48 hours.
Back then.
Crisis line, it's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online. There's a broad range of expertise in BetterHelp's 14,000 plus counselor network, which may not be available locally for many people. The service is available for clients worldwide. You'll get timely and thoughtful responses, plus you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions, so you never have to sit in a comfortable waiting room like traditional therapy. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches and make it easy and free to change counselors if needed. It's more affordable than traditional offline counseling, plus financial aid is available. BetterHelp just wants you to start living a happier life today. So if you are struggling, visit betterhelp.com/Isabel and join over 1 million people taking charge of their mental health with an experienced professional. If you go to betterhelp.com/Isabel, you'll get 10% off your first month. So yeah, let's get on to the video now.
Future survivor. Females are so miserable these days.
Industrialized Europe, new movements arise, devoted to the search for simplicity. In Germany, the movement calls itself Lebensreform, life reform. It is pledged to the restoration of a more natural way of living. Tens of thousands of German youth join the Wandervogel, the birds of passage. Its members share a mystical love of the German countryside and revere German folklore and ritual. While science and medicine are rejected as products of the Industrial Revolution,
Future survivor.
vegetarianism,
Sorry, had to.
nudism, communal living and meditation become fashionable pursuits. In every major city, cults devoted to spiritualism, astrology, magic, and the occult flourish among the disciples of life reform. Of all the doctrines favored by the movement, none will be more influential than those preached by the Russian adventuress and telepath, Madame Helena Blavatsky. In 1888, Madame Blavatsky claimed to have traveled to Tibet and there to have been initiated into the secrets of spiritual masters she calls the hidden elect. In the doctrines of occultists, the hidden elect, or the Great White Brotherhood, are believed to be humans who, by initiation and self-denial, have risen to become adepts. They have gained powers and knowledge beyond those of ordinary mortals. In Britain, Aleister Crowley, a magician of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, claimed in 1909 to have crossed the abyss and to have returned as an adept. Madame Blavatsky did not claim to be an adept in her own right, but she did claim constant telepathic communication with her hidden masters. They had revealed
Future survivor.
their chosen one,
Brill.
the occult history of the human race.
Walcott was her collaborator in the writing process, which involved many strange phenomena which convinced him that she was being assisted by invisible helpers, not only in the spirit world, but living men elsewhere who were communicating telepathically or occupying her body and writing through her.
Blavatsky explained that these invisible helpers were adepts, or masters, who are part of a brotherhood of enlightened spiritual beings.
Alcott talks about hands appearing mysteriously and right.
Raymond_Duncan.
During the night while
Brill cream, a little dabble do ya. They love to get theater feelers in your head.
Is only the first instance where the authorship of items that appear under her name is somewhat
Mishka_cat.
because
Familiar the origins of this? https://www.gerdanumber.org/n.
They weren't Tibetans, they were Indians. And the Brotherhood had picked her to disseminate their ideas as much as they want to reveal to the world through the men.
They feel they can do more for the world by not being visible personalities, and there has been
Future survivor.
interesting developments
Wow, cool.
in that idea, where one hears about ascended masters and so forth. They themselves
Future survivor.
fully
A current thing.
We are what we are by virtue of our training. We have spent our lifetime
Future survivor.
pursuing
In the present.
and philosophical and scientific questions, and we feel that we have some answers that we can provide that help humanity
Future survivor.
understand
OMG.
what they are, where they came from. The answers to the questions of ultimate concern.
These masters are more spiritually evolved. That means that they can live longer.
Future survivor.
Hundreds of
Zeppelin.
years. They have much more knowledge. They are
Raymond_Duncan. Led Zepp.
Use an analogy.
Future survivor. They want them back.
Resembling, we might say, the hidden hand theory, which means that behind this world there is
Mishka_cat. Yes. It's huge. Hundreds of thousands of members. Related to the Anthroposophy movement. Future survivor.
elsewhere.
You see that recently.
Helping to perhaps control the progress of the planet and spreading the wisdom.
Given her lifelong concern with things mystical, metaphysical, and spiritual, it's perhaps surprising to discover that she had an effect on the world we know in ways we could hardly imagine.
What she
Petrovna Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky, HPB, whatever you call her, she was a larger-than-life woman. A true spiritual traveler. Few would contest her the mother of the new age.
Some branches of late 19th century European philosophy drew
Future Survivor.
a combination of the
So who won WW2?
One leading proponent of these concepts was Madame Petrova Blavatsky, who managed to combine the precepts of both
Raymond_Duncan. It's not over yet. Mishka_Cat. It never ended.
And Blavatsky was saying, oh, you can still believe in evolution.
Raymond_Duncan.
Just because it was
Jenks.
how it works, you know.
Raymond_Duncan.
Her writings
LOL.
anti-Semitic notions
Future Survivor.
fueled later groups
Nice.
like the Vril Society.
Mishka_Cat.
Had
Odessa.
an extreme racist view.
Some interpret her writings to say that Semitic people had not evolved as far as the Aryans. But she was actually writing of the ancient Aryans, whose Indo-Iranian name means noble. They had
Raymond_Duncan.
further than other races.
I want a seat in that balloon.
Evolved.
The misrepresentation of Aryan is we are the master race.
Blavatsky's
Future Survivor.
ancient Aryans were not the
Yeah,
same
looks
as
cool.
Hitler's 20th century Aryan race.
Future Survivor. ID live on one. Raymond_Duncan. Luxurious.
The danger of letting out high-level truths because of the danger of misrepresentation.
The secret doctrine was written as a spiritual teaching and a kind of
Future Survivor.
study of evolution.
Bob Brill Maiden all day.
For the master
Raymond_Duncan.
But the racial aspect
Just
of the
drifting
ones that
along.
particularly obviously appealed to the Nazis. The world.
Mishka_Cat. I want to go on this with the girls. And their ducks and goats. Future Survivor. See. Future Survivor. Skiing.
Sigrun Maria Orsic Femsvril if she did, she was evil. Sigrun Maria Orsic Femsvril if she did, she was evil. Was born on October 31, 1895 and Maria Orsic and Sigrun lived permanently with their friends. Maria Orsic along with Sigrun, another of the VRIL Society's female mediums, began the task of translating these transmissions and discovered they contained instructions for building a circular flight. Wilsberg Castle was built between 1603 and 1609 in Weser Renaissance style as a supplementary residence for the prince-bishops of Paderborn. The life of Maria Orsic is not just a biography, writes. Maria Orsic, also known as Maria Orsic, was a famous medium who later became the leader of the VRIL Society. Her father's name is Thomas Love Orsic. He was in WW2 Maria Orsic. She was a medium in the VRIL Society in Germany. Maria Orsic, Ositanuka Maria Orsic un celebra medium ks devenula mde cambra 1943 Maria participe en collaboration avec Sigrun, un reunion organizée par la
Sauce.
Maria Orsic, coming from Yugoslavia, which consisted of 6 republics and 2 provinces, had a Croatian father named Maria Orsic, was Roman Catholic. The medium Maria Orsic was leader of the Drillerinnen, the beautiful young ladies of the VRIL Gesellschaft. I soon realized the story of Maria Orsic is a hoax. Posts during December 2012 refers from b.blog.schweet.net. Croatians and Austrians are Roman Catholic. If she did, she was evil. Maria Orsic.
Future Survivor.
Maria Orsic, also known as Maria Orsic, was a famous medium who later became the leader of the VRIL Society. Maria Orsic, also
Future
known
survivor.
as Maria Orsic, was a famous
Say it's
medium
not
who
so.
later became the leader of the VRIL Society. Wilsberg Castle was built
Raymond
between
_Duncan.
1603 and 1609 in Weser Renaissance style as a supplementary residence for the Prince Bishops of Paderborn. The life of Maria Orsic is not just a biography, writes. Maria Orsic, also known as Maria Orsic, was a famous
Future
medium
survivor.
who became the leader of the. In December 1943, Maria attended together with Sigrun a meeting held by VRIL at the seaside resort. The medium Maria Orsic was leader of the Drillerinnen, the beautiful young ladies of the VRIL Gesellschaft. Maria Orsic, along with Sigrun, another of the VRIL Society's female mediums, began the task of translating these transmissions and discovered they contained instructions for building a circular flight. Poslední Maria Orsic at Maria Orsic. On the 11th of March 1945, she. By Maria Orsic on January 27, 2011. She was
Raymond
born on
_Duncan.
31. Her father's
Sigrun
name
and
is
Birgit.
Thomas Love Orsic. He was in WW2 Maria Orsic. She was a medium in the VRIL Society in Germany. Croatians and Austrians are Roman Catholic. Poslední Maria Orsic at Maria Orsic. Elle se comporte comme de grandes prêtresses et dans la communauté les filles dormaient souvent ensemble. If she did, she was evil. Maria Orsic, also known as Maria Orsic, was a famous medium who became the leader of the. Did Maria Orsic really obtain extraterrestrial technology for the Germans? Maria Orsic, also known as Maria Orsic, was a famous medium who later became the leader of the Vril Society. She was born on 31 October 1895
Raymond
in Zagreb.
_Duncan.
Her father was
Famous
a Croatian
medium.
and her mother was a German from Vienna. Maria was more beautiful than any Hollywood star at that time.
Future survivor.
Maria Orsic was
Okay.
first mentioned and pictured
Mishka
in
_cat.
1967 by Bergier and Powles in their book
www.youtube.com/v=v=4TGWTZR1K. Love this whole channel.
World War I, a movement
Treasure
whose
trove.
objective was territorial and
Future
political
survivor.
accession to Germany.
Cool.
In 1919, she moved to Munich with her boyfriend and fiancé. It is not known whether they were married or not, since both disappeared in 1945. Maria Orsic Twitter, The Real Shilbo. In Munich, Maria was in contact with the Thule Society from the beginning and soon created her own inner circle with Trout and another Munich medium, and other friends. This group was called Alldeutsche Gesellschaft für Metaphysik, the official name of the Vril Society. All of them were young girls, although somewhat peculiar since they were staunch opponents of the new fashion for short hair among women. Both Maria and Trout had very long hair, one blonde and the other brown. They wore very long pigtails, a very rare hairstyle in the early 20th century.
Future survivor.
As expected,
LOL.
this soon became a characteristic of all the women who made up the so-called Vril Society, which is said to have existed until
Future survivor.
1945.
Trump.
And it was not by sheer whim, since they firmly believed that their long manes acted to cosmic antenna mode to receive communications outside our world. The Vril ladies. On the other hand, in public, they never exhibited their hair in a ponytail but preferred to wear it down to attract less attention. As identification, the members of the Vril Society, also called Drillerinnen, carried a disc that represented two of the most important mediums of the groups, Maria Orsic and Sigrun. In December 1919, a small group of people from the Thule, Vril and DHVSS, acronym for Men of the Blackstone, societies, including Maria and Sigrun, rented a small cabin near Berchtesgaden, Germany. Maria, then, affirms that she has received a series of mediumistic transmissions in a kind of writing that she calls Templar Germanic, in a language that she claims she does not know, but that they contain information of a technical nature for the construction of a machine flying. Supposed documents belonging to the Vril Society mention that said telepathic messages come from Aldebaran, 68 light-years away, in the constellation of Taurus. The Society allegedly taught concentration exercises designed to awaken Vril energy, strongest in women with long hair that fed magnetic energy from the earth to the brain. They believed that their long hair acted as cosmic antennae to receive alien communication from beyond. As for the documents, it is said that Maria had two piles of papers resulting from these telepathic trances, one with the unknown handwriting and the other perfectly legible. As for the latter, Maria suspected that it might be written in an archaic form of what might be a Near Eastern language. With the help of a group close to the Thule Society known as the Pan-Babylonianists, made up of Hugo Winkler, Peter Jensen and Friedrich Delitzsch among others. They were able to find out that this language would be none other than ancient Sumerian, the language of the founders of ancient Babylon. Sigrun helped to translate the message and in the process to decipher the strange images of the circular flying artifact that appeared in the other pile of papers. The concept of the many things that are put into the alternative science drawer matured in these years and in those that were to come immediately afterwards. The fact is that due to financing difficulties, the project for the construction of said flying apparatus took 3 years to get underway.
Raymond
Supposedly,
_
by
Duncan.
1922,
Just
different
bob
parts
your
of the
hair and lie
prototype
on the
had been
ground.
independently manufactured in
Mishka
various
_
factories
cat.
financed by the Thule
I
Society
believe my
and the
hair is
Vril
also
Society.
a cosmic antennae that connects
Vril 7
aliens to
planned
the
liver.
Earth.
At the
Is
end
that
of
odd?
November 1924, Maria visited Rudolf Hess in his Munich apartment together with Rudolf von Sebendorf, the founder of the Thule Society. Sebendorf wanted to contact Dietrich Eckart, who had passed away the previous year. Eckart had translated Ibsen's plays into German and published the magazine Auf gut Deutsch. He was also a member of the Thule Society. In order to contact Eckart, Sebendorf, Maria, Rudolf Hess, and other Thule members clasped their hands around a table covered in black cloth. Hess began to feel uncomfortable having to see how Maria went into a trance and the orbits of her eyes moved backwards, revealing only the white of these and having to bear seeing her consume in spasms sitting in the chair with an unpleasant grimace in her mouth. Instead, Sebendorf was satisfied to see how Eckart's voice began to emerge from the lips of the medium. But something unexpected happened. Eckart announced that he was being forced by someone or something to leave room for another voice to manifest through the medium with an important message.
Raymond _ Duncan.
Eckart's voice
Eddie
disappeared to
Owens
give
Martin
rise to a
believed that.
disturbing and unpleasant voice that identified itself as the Sumi, inhabitants of a distant world that orbits the star Aldebaran in the constellation that you call Taurus.
Raymond _
None could
Duncan.
help but look at the other companions
Saint
with
EOM
wide
from
eyes
Georgia,
due to the surprisingness
USA.
of what was happening. Supposedly, according to the strange voice, the Sumi were a humanoid race that would have colonized the
Future
Earth 500
survivor.
million years ago.
Going stag.
The ruins of Larsa, Sharupak and Nippur in Iraq would have been built by them. Those who survived the Great Flood of Utnapishtim would have
Raymond
become the
_
ancestors
Duncan.
of the Aryan race.
LOL good idea.
Sebendorf, skeptical of such information, demanded evidence. While Maria was still in a trance, she scribbled a series of lines on which some Sumerian characters could be seen. In December 1943, Maria and Sigrun attended a meeting organized by the Vril Society on the seashore in Kolberg. Supposedly, the main objective of this
Future
meeting was
survivor.
to debate the Aldebaran project.
Stag initiated.
The mediums of the Vril Society would have received telepathic information about habitable planets around Aldebaran and planned to travel there. Apparently, this project was discussed again on January 22, 1944, in a meeting between Hitler, Himmler, Dr. W. Schumann, scientist and professor at the Technical University of Munich,
Raymond
and
_
Kunkel of the Vril
Duncan.
Society.
He wore his hair in a knob
It was
on top of
decided
his
that a
head.
prototype Vril 7
Mishka
Jäger
_
Hunter in
cat.
German would be sent
It's
through
okay.
a supposed dimensional
Just
channel
keep
outside
spawning
the
new
speed of light in
channels.
the direction of Aldebaran.
Fractalization is a part of our
According
future
to the writer and
survival.
Redhofer, the first test back on this dimensional channel took place in late 1944.
Future survivor. LOL
Test
for
almost
sure.
ended in disgrace because after the flight, the Vril 7 looked as if it had been
Future
flying for
survivor.
hundreds of years.
Infast got
And
timing.
not only because of its appearance, but also because it also had damage to many of its components.
Jones has been coding this information as it's the symbiotic alliance between humans and artificial
A
intelligence.
supposed internal
So
document
we'll
of
be
the Vril
together
Society
always
was
and
sent to all
forever.
its members, a letter written by
Lunar account strategy in operation. As the war with I begins, we have lost many good Patriot accounts. Visit harryalba.xyz, the central location for all transmissions. And remember, until next time, Mark Force.
Attention. Burner account strategy in operation. As the war with artificial intelligence begins, we have already lost many good Patriot accounts. Visit harryalba.xyz, the central location for all transmissions. And remember, until next time, LARP Force.
On March 11, 1945, a supposed internal document of the Vril Society was sent to all its members, a letter written by Maria Orsic. The letter ends by saying, "Niemand bleibt hier, no one is here." This would be the last communication sent by the Vril Society, and since then no one has heard from Maria Orsic or any of its other members. Many continue to believe that they fled Aldebaran. Inset stories. Amira Sanchez, a brave Colombian girl trapped in volcanic mudflow of the Armero tragedy. What lies under the faces of Belmez? 21 creepiest murders that you've never heard of. Newly discovered pyramids and advanced technology hidden in the Bermuda Triangle. Feral child Lorena Chavez, the girl with no name. The story.
Mishka_cat. We need to get to Australia fast. Staging ground for Antarctica home. Nazi paradise. Future survivor. LOL, so true. Future survivor. It's nice to hear someone say that back to be. Future survivor. Dude. Mishka_cat. That image is so hot. Future survivor. Perfection. Future survivor. Symmetry. Future survivor. Seriously. Future survivor. FFS. Mishka_cat. Looks like Egyptian statue. Future survivor. Oh Jesus.
Hello, I'm Jenny and I'm from Tasmania and I'd like to tell you a story. It's a story that I want to tell. It's the story of my mum and I'm telling it
Future
through
survivor.
her eyes.
Hi Jenny.
And we came to Tasmania as refugees in 1949 and we was on a ship for about six weeks. We travelled from Italy on the Nelly and when we got to Melbourne, we first had to stop at Melbourne in a camp until we were allocated where we had to go. And while we were in Melbourne, my little sister died. She was sick on the boat, and thank the Lord that we made it to land, because I'd seen so many deaths at sea, and it would have been the end of my mum, I think, if she'd have had to bury her at sea. But we made it to Melbourne, and she died in Melbourne.
It's a very interesting and unusual place.
Cemetery in Melbourne.
Very
so
strategic location.
We go and visit her grave, and it gives us comfort to know that that's where she is. But I'd like to tell you a story of my mum's life. She was born in Ukraine, and she was one of 11 children. And at that time, in the 1930s, Stalin wanted to take over Ukraine because Ukraine was rich, had rich soil, had minerals, it had everything.
Future survivor.
So he covered
I knew a girl from Tasmania.
So he tried to starve, and which he did. He starved more Ukrainians than what Hitler did with the Jews.
Future survivor.
He wanted to destroy as many people as he could and to get rid of them so he could take over the land. And my mum watched her family die. My grandfather and grandmother died, and my grandmother died in her arms with tears. She was looking into her eyes, and she had tears as big as peas running down her cheek. And she died in Mum's arms. Then all her siblings, her brothers and sisters, one
Future
by one
survivor.
died too.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
the last one was a little brother, and so they took him away and put him in a home, and they come and told her that he'd passed away. So she had to go and find him. And when she went into this room, there were bunks along the wall, and she was so confused because there was bodies everywhere, and she didn't know where was her brother. But when he was a little boy, he'd had an accident and his toe was chopped off. So she went along and looked at all the feet, and when she
Future survivor. So Hitler tries to kill Orsik's family.
That was her brother. So she took her brother, and she had to take him and bury him. So she buried him, and when she come back from the burial, some of the Raleighs had been to her home and had stripped the house clean. There was not a plate or a bowl or even a spoon left. All the clothes were gone, everything was taken. So
Future
they
survivor.
took her to a home too.
This is like a great
and
reset.
She was about 15 at the time, so they made her work. They took her. It was a border, I'm thinking,
Future survivor.
Peru, she told me.
Super reality.
They were mining a railway. They were doing a railway track through this mountain, and they were mining blowing up all the rocks, and they had to put them on these carriages, and they rolled them up the plank, and sometimes
Future survivor.
A rock would
What would
slip,
TikTok
the
kids
hand
do?
would slip, and the rock would come down, and it would hit somebody on the leg, and they'd lose the leg, and then they'd just put them to the side and shoot them, because human life wasn't worth much to them, so they'd just get someone else. Anyway, one thing about my mum, she was a woman of faith. She believed in God, and she prayed every morning and night that God would keep her safe, that none of the atrocities that were happening there with stones and things would befall her. So
Future survivor.
she worked there for 3 years.
Who is her mom?
And she never as much as scratched herself, because God did keep his word, and he kept her alive, and he kept her safe. After that, she'd only just got over that, and Germany went to war, and they took a lot of the Ukrainians and many other nations, Poland and all them places, and they took the people to work in Germany on farms, in factories, wherever they could.
Future survivor.
So she worked in
Confused.com.
a factory that they made masks for air pilots, and she worked there for quite some time. But in that time, she'd made friends. He was Russian and she was German, and they lived in Germany. There was a beautiful family. They were trapeze artists in a circus, and So they treated her like a daughter, and they gave her things and they looked after her. And anyway, when she was working in the factory, they would sneak her a bowl of food and they'd plant it somewhere, and then they'd just wink, you know, to say that the food was there. But someone must have seen that and got jealous, and so they reported her, and so the soldiers came and took her and they put her in concentration camp. And for the rest of the war, she was in a concentration camp in Germany, and she was tortured. They tried to do everything they possibly could to find out who gave her the food. And she would go, they'd take her into each room and they'd question her. And each time, she must have had a wonderful memory, because each time she never changed her story. It was always the same story. They took her to this big hole, and they said to her, if you don't tell us who give you this food, we will shoot you. And when she looked down into the hole, it was just full of bodies. There was arms and legs. There was bodies everywhere in that hole. And she thought to herself, well, better I die. I'm the only one surviving. Better I die than the whole family, because they wouldn't have just shot him. They would have shot the mother and probably the kids as well. So she put her hand on her heart, and she said, shoot me now. I don't need 2 minutes to make my mind up. Shoot me now, because no one give me anything, you know. And so she stood her ground, and the soldier looked at her, and he ended up telling her to get back into camp. And so she went through camp. In the time that they tortured her and everything, she'd lost her hair, because with all the drama and the trauma that she'd been through. And there was this beautiful old man, and he must have been a pharmacist or something, and he made up this potion. She used to put it on her head, and her hair grew back. It wasn't as beautiful as it was, but it still was lovely. She still had lovely hair. And in that time, the pretty women that were there were abused and used by the soldiers, and they raped her many times. And in that process of being raped, I'm the product of that. So she had me, and I was born in 1945, just as the war was finishing. And the war was winding up, and they knew that they were losing the war. And they decided that they would take all the prisoners that were in the camps, they would take them for showers. There was lines of trucks in the queue, and 2 trucks had gone through, and we were in the 3rd truck. 2 trucks had gone through, and I don't know, it must be God must have intervened, or what, I don't know what happened, but we was the next truck to go in, and the Americans and the Russians came in and liberated that camp, and we were saved, because we found out later that those 2 trucks had gone before us. They weren't coming back. They were gassed.
Future survivor.
Showers. They were gassed. So God kept his hand over my mum all this time. So when we were liberated, we were put in Red Cross camps, and we stayed there until, I don't know, it was in 1949 we left Germany to come to Australia. My mum had met a man, and they'd fell in love, and they got married.
Raymond_Duncan.
I was born in Hamburg in Germany.
It was Russia that liberated the camps.
And I had a little sister. She was only about 12 months old at the time. And so we were given a choice of whether to go to Australia, Canada, America, or New Zealand. So my dad chose Australia.
Future
so we
survivor.
came to Australia on the ship Nelly, and it was an Italian ship. I got very sick on the boat. I nearly died, and the care on the boat was absolutely disgusting. I had feces in my hair. I was covered in it. They never washed me. I can't ever remember them giving me any sort of care. And my mum used to come in and complain about what was going on.
Future survivor.
And they
Nice to refamiliarize with the details.
And they moved me over to the other side, and all I could look at, when I looked out the window, I could only see water. And anyway, my mother come in and she got a blanket and she wrapped me up in a blanket and took me back to the cabin. And anyway, the doctors must have come and went and seen the captain, and they came and they were very nasty to my mum. And they said, how dare you take her out of the hospital, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, to cut a long story short, she said to the captain, and she unwrapped my blanket, and when he seen the state I was in, he looked at the doctor and
Raymond _ Duncan.
A steward or
what these people went through.
No, not a captain, because it was the captain that ended up saying, leave this child here with this woman. And so he never said anything nasty to her again, because he could see that I wasn't being looked after. I had to end up learning. My mum would stand on one side of me and my dad on the other side and help me to walk, because I had to learn to walk all over again. It was just like first steps, and being on a boat, it wasn't very pleasant. When we managed to get to
Future survivor.
Going to
The darkness that came.
In Melbourne. When we got there, we'd only been there a short time, probably less than a week, and my sister was taken to hospital, and she died there. And it was because when she was teething, they wouldn't give her even an aspiro for her blood, for her temperature. So they ended up, she ended up just virtually burning up. And that it was a simple thing. Panadol, or the equivalent of Panadol today, could have saved her life, but she ended up dying. She was only a tiny little 14-month-old baby when she died. So my mother had to deal with that. So all the things that she'd been through in her life, she never for once blamed God. She never once was bitter. She could never forget, even when she got older, she would never forget. She always talked about her past, but she would never forget what happened to her, and she would. That's why it's so vivid in my mind, because she discussed it with me many times, because I was the eldest of 6 children, and I was very close to my mum, and she always confided in me, and I didn't know until I was 16 that my father, the man that I called Dad, was actually not my biological father, but it was too late then. I didn't care, because my mum had enough love for me that would fill an ocean. That's the love that she had. She had love for her children. She had love for her fellow man. She was such a generous lady. She'd give her last piece of bread or her last the shirt off her back, virtually. She was a loving, kind woman, and I just hope that it's an encouragement to people. You know, there's adversities in life that we all go through. We all have a story to tell. Have courage, because, you know, life could look bad now, but there's always something just round the corner. And we have had a blessed life. My mum died when she was 75. She was tired, she'd had enough.
Raymond _ Duncan.
The part about it is she'd never had an operation, she'd never had a knife to her body. She just died in her sleep. And
Future survivor.
When Dad
Who was he,
ran,
Mom?
I went to it, because they only lived down the street from me. When I ran to the house and I looked at her,
Future
she was
survivor.
15 years younger.
Maria.
She was so peaceful and so beautiful. And I thought, man, if that's the way I'd like to go, just go to sleep. She was so blessed, this lady, to be able to have lived the life she did, to have done all that she did, and then to die just peacefully, just go to sleep. So I hope that you get encouragement from this story. Thank you.
Maria Osich.
Future survivor. No.
She was born in Vienna, Austria. Her father was a Croatian immigrant from Zagreb. Her mother was from Vienna. Maria soon followed the German national movement, which was active at the time. The main goal of the movement was to annex Austria with the German Reich. In the year 1919, Maria moved to Munich to her boyfriend, who later became her fiancé. In Munich, Maria was in contact with the two Gesellschaft, and she soon created her own cycle together with Short A from Munich and several other friends. The All-Duce Gesellschaft for Metaphysics, official name of the real Gesellschaft.
Raymond _ Duncan. Different Maria.
We are against the arising version of short hairstyles for women. All the members of the group had long ponytails, a very uncommon hairstyle at the time. This became a distinctive characteristic in all the women who integrated veil, which was maintained till 1945. They believed that their long hair acted as cosmic antenna to receive alien communication from the
Future survivor. Okay. Future survivor. I need to take a break for an hour. Future survivor. Shall I leave the stream on? Future survivor. Or guys got stuff to do. Future survivor. He'll end this stream so it's not too big. Mishka _ cat. I need to run out for a bit too. Connect back later. Future survivor. And Rezard if you want. Raymond _ Duncan. I'm going to leave off so I'll get a notif when you're back. Future survivor. Perfect. Future survivor. Back later. Future survivor. Great as always. Future survivor. Thanks you. Mishka _ cat. Cheers. Raymond _ Duncan. Yes. Thanks Fusu. Future survivor. LOLOK over and out.